Ba, 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 ba. Let me just make sure that I'm live wherever I need to be live and that everything is working properly as it should be. Okay, here we go. And we're off. Welcome, welcome, everybody to the Overthinking Football Show. My name is Mokwena. I am your host, and this show is all about football, man. South African football, African football, sometimes European football. And today, we're dipping our feet into Africa because, like I said, if Chiefs, Pirates, Sundowns, Bafana are playing, we are going to be here covering those games live. And you can join me and speak to me, and we can watch the game together and analyze it together. It's a very interactive show. You know that halftime, I'm going to let some people in. We'll have a conversation about whatever it is that we are seeing on the screen and whatever it is that you guys want to speak about. And then, of course, if we can reach 60,000 likes on TikTok, I'll open it up. So if you're on YouTube and you'd like to jump in and analyze the game with me at times throughout this game, you can do that by jumping over to TikTok, the Overthinking Football, and then follow and request. So welcome everybody. Mamelodi Sundowns versus Maniem Union from the DRC. Hey man, from the DRC. That is the game we're going to be watching now. Then, of course, later on, we will be tuning into CR Belouizdad versus Orlando Pirates. This, of course, is the game that is happening at Loftus Stadium. And all I can say is, oh, shame. Guys, I don't play in front of full stadiums. I don't play in front of full stadiums. Okay, so agent, you are to Mangoba what Malume Kutso was to Hugo Bruce. You must just wear it now. You're going to be attacked. Mahulu Elias says Sundowns is winning 5-0. Let's get into the starting lineups. You have Leong in goal. You have Mwanda Lutaladio, Simete, Diomersi. You have Amongo, Banka, Otinga, Kanda, Bola, and Lina as the starting lineup. I see that there's different names that the SABC is using. I'm watching it on SABC. And then, of course, Mamelodi Sundowns has a much-changed team. Williams, khoza, mokwena, Kekana, Lunga, Morena, Kodisang, Saavedra, Allende, Sales, and Ribeiro. Very, very interesting choice because a lot of people had been saying that Mangoba, how could you take the Bafana players and play them after they just came back from 2 games in 1 week? You should have played a changed team. Now he's playing a changed team, and I'm sure the fight is now going to be, how do you take these guys into the Champions League? I think Mangoba is in a very difficult conversation. Coach Mangoba is in a very difficult situation because damned if you do, damned if you don't. I believe that is how it is right now. And all you can do is get results. And sadly, the result didn't come this weekend versus Makiesi. But let's see. I have some questions about the lineup. I do have some questions about the lineup. Like, for example, who's going to score? We know Salesman doesn't like getting into the box. We know Sales is not somebody who looks good in the number 9. He looked great in the 10 or dropping back a little bit, maybe false 9, half false 9, half 10 type situation. But then Ribeiro is also there. So that's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen there, especially since these were the players that Coach Mangoba was left with essentially when the Bafana players were out with Bafana. So maybe it's something that he did work on. Maniem Union is number 1 in Lina Foot Group B. So they have 2 groups, according to Google. They have 2 groups, and they are heading Group B. In Group A, of course, you have teams like St. Eloi, Lupopo. You have teams like TP Mazembe. And then, of course, these guys have played 7 games, 5 wins, 2 draws, no losses up to this point. So they are an unbeaten team. They've scored 11 goals in their league and only conceded 2 for a grand total of 17 points. And then, of course, Mamelodi Sundowns, number 2 in the league, 7 games played, 6-1, 1 loss, 15 goals scored, 4 conceded, for a grand total of 18 points. In the last 5 games, Mamelodi Sundowns has 1 loss to Imakesi, but they have 4 wins before that. And then, of course, Imaniema Union has 3 wins and 2 draws. The last game that they played was a 1-0 win versus Celeste on the 20th of November. Then, in the CAF Champions League, these two have met before. Mamelodi Sundowns knocking this team out in 2021. So on the 17th of October 2021, in the CAF Champions League, they drew 2-2. It was in the DRC with Mamelodi Sundowns coming back with 2 away goals in that game. And then, of course, on the 24th of October 2021, Mamelodi Sundowns came back home to finish the job and beat them 2-0. So as it stands, Sundowns has a win. There's been a draw, and Maniem Union has yet to beat Mamelodi Sundowns in the 2 games they've played. This would be the 3rd one. So let's see. They're going to draw this one, says Kakapa. We are Mamelodi Sundowns, says Fandenom. Agent says the hypocrisy is people who said he should have played a changed team in the final are against this. That's why I feel like it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think, I've told you guys how I feel about this whole Sundowns situation for a while. I've spoken about how I feel like, Coach Mangoba is not looked at as the head coach. There's a lot of divisiveness in Mamelodi Sundowns in terms of whether he's actually a head coach, whether he's good enough to replace Rulani, whether he is the guy to go forward with this team. So I think it doesn't matter what he does. He just needs to come with the wins. Unfortunately, that's how it's going to play out. So, okay, very interesting. Now, we've seen Sales and Ribeiro sort of trading places with that number 10, but I don't know who's meant to score. I still don't know who's going to score the goals here. I think it's Saavedra who's been making a run inside as well in sort of a 9-ish situation. So I'm not sure what the tactic is going to be up front. It feels like there's a bunch of number 10s on the pitch, but not necessarily any players that can put the ball into the back of the net. So that is going to be very interesting. This group, of course, also comprises of AS FAR Rabat. It's a team that came second last season in the Moroccan League, a team that was coached by Coach Nabi. Coach Nabi comes to Kaizer Chiefs from leading AS FAR to second place, kind of bottled it towards the end, if we're being 100% honest. He was leading for most of the league. And then, of course, you have Iraja, which was coached by Coach Zimbabwe, former Pirates coach, who managed to win the double that side. He won the league and also won the King's Cup, I believe they call it. So this is what it is. So let's see. Imagine Ishango Muti, hamba yobiza gugu NFD Heaven Sovereign Podcast. The concierge says results are required, especially if you're implementing changes in a winning team. I could argue that, but how much does the baggage that Ukosh Mangoba carry coming into the job, how much does that influence? And I made this point a while ago when we were speaking about this last season, or even at the beginning of the season when Coach Rulani was let go in the preseason, sorry. I asked the question, Guti, how much do you trust a guy that has been demoted by the club at some point, still kept around, and almost shoved into the team, on a whim? Because I don't think that Rulani's departure was planned. And it's not to say that he's a bad or good coach. It's to say, how much does that carry with him? Oh, already we have an injury 8 minutes in. Number 21, Umola has come off. Mola Aymeraud has come off, and Kanu has made it onto the pitch. I have a completely different set of names in my lineups, but it's fine. We'll see what happens there. So would it have been better? Would it have been different if it was a coach that had no history with Sundowns? Would the demand for results be as high? I guess that's the question I'm asking you guys there in the comments. Would the results be as high, or is everybody saying, number one, you've been at Mamelodi Sundowns for what? It's like 12 years or something like that. You've been the head coach at some point, co-head coaches. You've been demoted. You've been this, you've been that. Does it change what the ask is? And would it have been different with somebody who doesn't have that history? I don't know, but I'm just asking the questions. Time traveler here. Time traveler. I don't trust you, time traveler. You've said a lot, guys. What's wrong with these players? Agiti Fanenom Korani says Rulani is the past, guys. We're still talking about the guy. Well, it's relevant, guys. It's relevant. I think it's always relevant. Who you follow is relevant. So, for example, if Coach Nabi at Kaizer Chiefs was following a coach that had gone unbeaten the season before, had won trophies, right? There's going to be some sort of pressure. The fact that Coach Nabi is coming in after people that we don't like, and I'm using him as an example, gives him a bit of leeway. It gives him a bit of less pressure. So Coach Mangoba has that to carry as well. Nobody's expecting an unbeaten season, but I think the ask and the questions become a bit different after you follow that. And remember how the club made the Champions League a big deal. They said because certain things weren't met. So does that follow Coach Mangoba? These are the questions. But anyway, 10 minutes in, it is 0-0. We haven't seen much by way of play. We are seeing that when Mamelodi Sundowns gets to the front. Oh, Nazo, you still have a chance. Cut it back. Oh, almost. His attitude sucks towards the players. We do trust me. Bongs, how are you doing? He has been there, he knows the culture. There's no need to change things. He was supposed to continue. But, Mara, here's my thing, concierge. Here's my thing. Could you argue that Coach Mangoba was one of the building blocks of this team? Because he was with Pitso very early on. Pitso brought him in almost immediately. And I think he brought a little bit of the bafana tenderness to the club. So could you argue that Rulani was a departure and now maybe they're going back to something that he knows, number one. But then also number two, what's to say that he can coach Rulani's style? What's to say that Coach Mangoba would be able to continue on that style? And wouldn't you want your coach doing what they know rather than trying to copy something that, fine, they were there, they watched it get built, but it wasn't theirs, if that makes sense. So, guys, I don't want to defend Coach Mangoba. I'm just saying that maybe some of the questions, man, we have to wait for the results. Let's wait for the results. Let's see what happens, people complaining about this weekend, think about it. It's not like Rulani won trophies, for example, as a benchmark, guys. I'm not trying to compare them. Okay, let's see. We just said Mangoba. No, I think he's enough. The point that I was making in that video was that what does he have to do to prove to you that he is enough? What does he have to prove to you? Is my question. Are we not asking a little bit too much from him without knowing how it's going to turn out? Now, in 2 months' time, 3 months' time, if everything's going bad and he loses this game and he loses the next games, then you have all the right to question. But after what? He lost one game. He's lost the final, true. Rulani did the same thing. He got knocked out of the of another cup, true. Rulani did the same thing, TS Galaxy, last season. He's sitting with more goals scored than last season. He's got the one loss in the league. I mean, what more do you really need at this point of the season? If that makes sense. That's what I was saying. Good guys. Nani, you're asking questions all over the place, and he hasn't done anything yet to, I'd say, disprove it like that. Go. Rulani fans are a big problem. Oti, I told you. Korani says, but what if Rulani had stayed and still lost? If we're being honest, Rulani was no longer giving at the end. True. But even in his case, if he was given more time, we don't know what would have happened, right? I don't think Rulani's firing was down to performance. Personally, I don't believe that's what happened. I think there was other things because the performance wasn't bad. It wasn't a bad thing. You guys almost went invincible. You won the AFL. Fine. The Champions League is the Champions League and all of that stuff. But I mean, first season as full head coach. Who knows? So let's give the same consideration. Oh, agent, why have you dragged me into this, agent? Some people, they forget Chiefs was the only South African team to play in the Champions League final. Doing all good. That's good to hear. Mogadi Lunkin says it's not about being a Rulani fan. Rulani is deep in. He becomes on it. Rulani is struggling with Wydad. It proves that no man is an island. Everyone contributed to Mamelodi Sundowns. It was advertised that Mangoba is an upgrade. I don't know if he's an upgrade. That much I wouldn't say. I won't say. I don't know if he's an upgrade. I don't know. That much I can't say. Which South African team did play Champions League after Chiefs? I mean, Sundowns has been playing the Champions League. Why not guys? Chiefs is playing tomorrow. Okay. I'm gonna take the Mangoba cape off, guys. It's not to defend him, it's just to say give him his fair chance, man. Give him his fair chance. If he messes up, he messes up. But if he doesn't, he doesn't. Let's not prejudge or preordain people and talk about upgrades and downgrades. I don't even know if Sundowns had enough time to go look for a coach or how long this plan has been running for. Because remember, I guess the last thing I'll say, Coach Rulani was lucky enough to get a couple of months, I think it was 5 or 6 months after the demotion of Coach Mangoba, to be the head coach, to suss out the team, to decide what he wanted to do. And then he got a preseason, then he went into Chameleon and all of that stuff. Coach Mangoba, in what he's trying to do, I don't think he's had as much time. But anyway, hey, let me not, I'm done defending. You guys are going to make me defend. Hey, wena keeper. This is no cheap as that, man. This is no cheap as that. South African team, okay, the sun is going down, says Sir. Bong says AFL was just made for Sundowns. No wonder it was not even on the FIFA schedule. Mhlave said, I told you they'll be confused. Why is Mudau off? Was he booked? What is the real mandate? Because the goalposts keep changing. That is the question I asked. I have a video on my YouTube. That is the question I asked. Guti, where to from here? And if you are saying that Champions League is the bar, shoot. If you're saying the Champions League is the bar, the bar, do you keep that the same for everybody? That's a good question. Thank you, Mr. Ota. I agree. Let's give him time to prove himself, says Kodani. User 33 says Rulani was like Zidane in Madrid. Mangoba's already messing up. Benny there. Why waste your time on a bad coach? Heban. Says Mangoba is mostly criticized on what he says in the interviews than on the pitch. Hugo says, but Sundowns, to be serious, it doesn't have scoring machines. I think what shocked me about this lineup, again, I'm not sure who's meant to score the goals in this number one. But then, if you look on the bench, Onyango Mudiba, Mayema, Obas, Mkulise Mudau, Masego Mvala, Shalulile. Shasha is arguably the best scorer in this team as a whole. Maybe Ribeiro can find some of those scoring boots, but I don't think he's going to be playing in attacking areas. So what shocks me is Reina's not at least being on the bench for a second option. Yes, sis. For a second option when things get tough, right? So when things get tough, I would have imagined Reina's would be the option, would be calling on the bench. But then again, I guess what you'd say about the Sundowns team is that this is the team that was with Mangoba the whole time, you know? So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Guys, you know, there's a player, man, that's missing, man.
That's the Nyoso I know. I don't want another Nyoso. I didn't bring the other Nyoso. I brought the Nyoso that I need. Because that's not the Nyoso that I want. The Nyoso I want is got pressure, stress, he's dodging, he's dribbling, he's shooting, he's assisting, he's breaking the line. This is the Nyoso I need. Now when I don't get that Nyoso, then one fellow will get you.
Coach. It doesn't seem like Nyoso is going to be playing any games anytime soon. Guys, I would have thought that Lodge, for whatever his strengths and weaknesses, right? I would have thought that I would have thought that if Matthews goes down, you could probably play some sort of the football Coach Mangoba was playing with the two white players cutting in Reyners and Matthews. You could probably play something similar with Lodge, who did some of those things at Pirates. I thought maybe Nyoso would be the next in line, you know, because I understand maybe not trusting Aboletaku full on in terms of starters just yet. maybe not trusting Abomapena, who maybe would be the newer versions of that game. So where does Lodge fit into all of this? Because he doesn't seem to be trusted for these games. And I know he just comes back from injury, I understand. But surely he would have gotten some game time by now, maybe. So that's also very interesting. The way you guys criticize Mangoba, though, it's not even half the season yet. That's the point I was making. The point I was making was, I don't know what he's going to do, you know? This is the first time African Champions League plays on the day of the European Champions League. Because we don't care, bongs. Yeah, Africa to the world. Madrid man says Rulani got people to love Sundowns. He united football fans. Mangoba is strict and he's not liked. But does that take away from the results? Let's say he gets the results. Does that take away from what he needs to do? Hey, Nyoso in the area says, Q-boy, we missed Nyoso, says the concierge. Killian says he just came back from injury. This sales did not make sure. Guys, we saw sales. Didn't we see sales as salesman? Oh, salesman is a great false nine. He's not a nine. Oh, salesman is a great false nine. Oh, salesman is the type of false nine that you play off of. He loves flicking off the ball, flicking on the ball, giving them through. I think of Sales as a Giroud type player. He's not necessarily the best number 9 you can find, even though Giroud was really good at number 9, but he's not the best number 9, but all he wants to do at the top of the pitch, he likes to flick the balls on, play the balls through, play the triangles, do those type of things. That's what I've seen from Usales, where Usales looks strong. So again, unless Ribeiro's going to be making the runs in behind, which he hasn't been thus far, he's been dropping back a little bit. I don't know who's meant to score. The only thing that Sundowns has, I think, to their advantage right now is that this Maniem defense is very jumpy. They're not as concentrated. Like they're all running all over the place. I call it tibang, where everybody's just kicking the ball, and there comes a lot of chances if you can run in, let's say, top of the box, like by that little D on the box, top of the box. If you can come in penalty spot, there's going to be a lot of balls that drop into that area, and maybe Mokwena can take advantage of some of those, if not for the fact that he's playing so far back. But let's see, man. Let's see. Free kick to Mamelodi Sundowns. This is a chance for them to maybe get something. Give it to Mokwena. Give it to Mokwena. Play it short to Mokwena. Oh, no, he's covered. Okay, now he's covered. You should have played it short the other way, Ribeiro. Is it just me, or does Sundowns feel sometimes a little bit too arrogant with these games? Like they're not playing. They're not ruthless. And I know it's something that Coach Mangoba has spoken about, that he wishes, man, the team could be a little bit more ruthless, man. I don't think the Sundowns has been ruthless. They've got the possession, they're playing the game, but it doesn't seem like they're playing towards an end goal, if that makes sense. At least he should be getting last 10-15 minutes. I agree. With Lodge, I agree. I'm liking the combination, but we're missing someone who can score. Concierge. Like I said, Uchi scores, so I don't want to be too down on him. 23 minutes in, here comes Maniem. The Sundowns team is not very good, says Upumuto. What is this Sundowns? Where did Sundowns see Sales, or is he a homeboy to Gonzalez? That's a question we have to ask about transfers, I guess, because no Martinez. I don't know if you guys remember Martinez. Nah, he came and went. He came and went. Corner to Maniem. Let's see if they watched any footage of Magesi and what they do on corners. Maybe they're gonna learn. They have learned something from there. Let's see. I feel like if you can get physical with the Sundowns defense, get physical and go aerial, you could see something. But then again, Chirambadare's left foot is incredible. I don't know if this team has that type of player. Hey, banna. Ulisa straight keeper, boy. There we go. There we go. There's the counter. Guys, is Kodisang striking? Kodisang olena. Oh, Saavedra. Hey, Saavedra. Hey, Saavedra. Usayale. Mshayile umuntu chiga. The passiveness is frustrating, lack of urgency. And ASAP, that is what's worrying me about Sundowns. I think what Coach Mangoba wants to do is to overwhelm teams early on. Overwhelm them, get in their faces, try get your work done early. Because the other thing is that Mamelodi Sundowns is very is very vulnerable when it comes to about the 65th minute. When Coach Mangoba starts making changes, that's where they're going to become vulnerable. So I think they need to get something from the beginning of this game here. They need to get something from the beginning of this game. That one, yeah, but Nazot. Umuto says this will cost them. This will cost them the game. They're not taking their chances. This team is lacking ambition, motivation, or something. And that's why I'm asking, guys, there in the comments, is it maybe a complacency? Is it an arrogance? You know, do they feel like they're going to win this game anyway, so they don't need to play as hard? I feel sorry for Kodisang, man. Kodisang, I don't think he knows what he's meant to be doing in this game. I don't think he knows. This man is winning a foot race versus Morena. Rambadare would have gotten that cross off. There's sales, man. There's sales. Oh, now it's opening up. I think Maniema's getting some confidence. Which is gonna might open them up. Let's see. Play the ball back. Hey. Spiwe, welcome. Ribeiro always taking an extra touch, says Bumuto. Mojan says Sereno would be useful right now. Bongani says the Sundowns now buying names or they can't find good players anymore. Cubo says this team is going to get one chance and score. Papa Khosi says sales is bigger than Ribeiro. The concierge says too many combinations at Sundowns. Too much of anything is dangerous. You know what I think it is? You know, sometimes to your point, too much of anything is a good, it can be a bad thing. But here's my thing. You know, sometimes Niapasa, Nipase. And if there's nobody there who can jolt the team and say, guys, we're taking this thing now, we're going to go score, that becomes an issue. So, for example, I'm an Arsenal fan. And a lot of the time we get so caught up in the play of the football that we don't want to get to the end product. And I think what Coach Mangoba had been speaking about, and maybe why I might give him a little bit of leeway in terms of what he said he wants from the players, is that he doesn't care for 1,000 passes. Sometimes 1,000 passes, you guys are comfortable, you're passing the ball around, you're doing all of that stuff. Mara, if Agnamuntu who's just going to take the ball and say, "Hi guys, it's time for us to go score now." That's the, you know, like you need a Haaland who's just going to go, guys, I need to score. I don't care for the 1-2s. And if you have Sales who likes a 1-2, you have Ribeiro who likes a 1-2, Kodisang looks like a player that's looking for combinations. You also have Allender there, and then Mokwena, a person who does shoot a lot, playing a little bit deeper. I think we're just going to watch. We're just going to watch them enjoy themselves in possession, but not necessarily be dangerous. So that's very interesting to see. Guys, 25K likes. Second half, I leave it open. Oh, there we go. Oh, Mokwena. Flashbacks of cheap as heads. Flashbacks of cheap as heads. Hey. They're playing like this game is a practice game. Exactly, Pumutso. As Piro says, I'm rooting for Sundowns to win today. I feel like Mshishi is missed now. Funny enough, I don't think it's a Mshishi problem, eh? I don't think it's a Mshishi problem. Reyners probably has 2 goals in this game already. Here comes the corner from Mamelodi Sundowns. Let's see if they can get something. Oh, Eban, a near post like that. Oh, counter. Don't pace him. Play the ball inside. Play the ball inside. Don't try outpace them. Sundowns are no longer serious. I blame our age. How? They must take shots from a distance. Says P, where they're lacking a player that's playing with heart like Zwane. Zwat says they don't want to score. Sales will score a brace, says Papa Khosi. Bongani says Sundowns threw away their number 10 in Sereno. Mara, what's the point of being number 10 if there's nobody there to finish for you? If there's no one in front of you, Hashem. Counter, there we go. Eban. This is a messy game. I think I'm scared that Maniem is going to get confidence from this first half. And I think they're going to try go blow for blow at some point. I mean, they are the away team. So whatever fear that they had starting this game, you can tell that it's starting to go away. They're starting to commit players forward and do those type of things. Kodisang wabantu. I even have a feeling that maybe Kodisang would have been better in the game versus Makesi, because it seems like he wants to come back and connect in a way that maybe Reyners couldn't do in that game, even though Reyners scored. I don't want to take it away from him. Yay. Look, they're still looking for touches. Thank you. Somebody shoot. Even though you're hitting your own player, but somebody just take the shot, man. Irrotation, players will struggle to catch rhythm and synergy, says Ushembe. The concierge says they need a number 10 and 8 to bridge the gap between defense and attack. Biggest A boogie meat. Why would you call yourself a meat rider? Hey man, let's just take a second. Why would you call yourself a meat rider, my G? Hey man. Why is this game so scrappy? It doesn't feel like a Sundowns game. Pumuto says the opponents are poor, they can't even trap. Concierge says the nerves are gone. Now it will be playing pound for pound. Which is funny. Do you know what's funny about this pound for pound that we're talking about? If they do start playing pound for pound, I think it suits Sundowns. And the reason why I think it suits Sundowns is that the moment this team goes into pound for pound, there's going to be gaps that open up, and you'll see Ribeiro naturally drifting centrally and then going on a counter-attack and hitting that way. I don't like the fact that those players play so far from each other. Oh, Sales. You're not doing yourself any favors, dog. You're not doing yourselves any favors. 33 minutes in, it is still 0-0.
I don't know what you guys are doing. I'm trying to figure out the formation. I'm lost.
You'll see Paris later. They're always hungry for goals, those guys. Happy tournament. Let's see. I am still going to be here. So we're going to be here up until 11, essentially. We're going to be here up until 11. But do you see Sales, Mara? Q-Boy says Sales does not make sure. OT, you don't like Sales. No. I don't like the role that Sales is playing. I said versus Makesi, for example, that I think that game would have been great for Sales. That false nine that Sales plays, because Ribeiro. Sometimes Ribeiro's problem is that when you push him out wide, it gives him more time on the ball. And when he has more time on the ball, he tends to become selfish or make the wrong pass. But if you have a Sales who can stay central and wants to play those 1-2s, I think you can unlock defenders a lot better. So if you were to play him as false nine, bring the other two players. So have Korisan come closer to him and then play in behind or play around him for the knockdowns. Maybe have push Mokwena up because these guys are defending. Push Mokwena up to just stand behind Sales. So Sales can win a first ball or try play it back to him. I think you can connect a lot through Sales. But if Sales, you see what I'm talking about Sales. Sales doesn't want to shoot the ball. He wants to set people up. So have him be a false nine where you can play balls to him and he can wall pass to give people chances. Now Sales, not striker. He's not a striker. Do you get me? Do you understand now what I'm saying? That chance right there. Do that more. So have the runners coming off of him. Korisan can be a threat behind. Then somebody can be a threat in front. Yeah, in front. So have Tebza, have Ribeiro, have somebody play there then. And just use them as a wall pass. Done. Saavedra must just come into the middle and be the workhorse. He must just come into the middle and be the workhorse and Sikren guy. Don't go wide. Don't take it wide. Don't take it wide. Let's see. I feel like this Sundowns is reminding me of late in the season Rulani Sundowns. And this is what I mean by it. There was a point in the season where you had 3 or 4 players lining up with the defense, which meant that you have 3-4 players that are not in the game, number one. And then number two, what are those players doing? You see 3 players with the defense. So if Sundowns goes wide, is Korisan good with his head? Is Sales good with his head? Is Rivero good with his head? If you are going to cross the ball, if you're going to go that far wide. So commit one person to the line, bring 2 guys out so that you can pull some guys out of position. You can play some combinations. One of the weaknesses, like I said, of Coach Rulani's Sundowns towards the end, when they were complaining about low blocks and things, was you were literally taking out 3 players. And 3 players were just waiting for a cross that will never come. Watch. Watch. And what you do there is you are killing your players, your front players, because if a cross has to be played, I think I go with the team that has 5 defenders over the 3 attackers. And already positioning, maybe Shasha could be a lot more better in that type of game, if that makes sense. We are 37 minutes in, it is 0-0. Look, they're just going to swallow it. Watch. They're going to try play the ball in, let's see. Or they're going to go back. Now look at the overload of defenders there in the middle. So what is Korisang meant to do in this position? How does Korisang be effective in this position? 2 guys on Sales, 2 guys on Korisang. Yeah, drop back in. Drop back in and play the ball, boy. Drop back in and play the ball. If we're going to do that, drop back in and play the ball. Oh, we're going to be watching youth football here. This is youth football. We call it youth football. I call it youth football. Go to the side, come back around. Go to the side, come back around. Go to the side, come back around. And then cross. Oh, yellow card. Oh, ref, that's a card though. Hi, ref, that's a card though. Yeah? Okay, whoa, let me see. The poor playing Sundowns is doing a play Makesi. Pumuto says, hey, Sundowns are playing something else we don't know. You see the court, Simshika. I see the court. To be fair, all opening group stage games are poor up to so far. Yeah, no, we're just analyzing here. He likes it. He's like an extra touch. Ribeiro, best chance for Sundowns so far. Sales isn't even selfish. He just assists. Sorry, OT, I'll change. Yeah, man. You're making it tough for me to read the name. Sales plays like a wall like Mahopa. Similar. I think Sales is a lot better at setting people up. Ribeiro is just not lucky. You need to talk to Mangoba about that. Please, OT. Yeah, Minangmaz Mangoba, guys. Minangmaz. Weakness by Sundowns, they're weak on the wings. That's a pass at the back. Yeah, it's a pass. How do you break down a pass? But Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. This is what Rulani was doing versus low block. Nazo, give it to Sales and make a secondary run. Oh! Hey, give it to Sales and make a secondary run. To be fair, okay, Sundowns going to do OT. Do you know a movie that... But let's see. The movie was named that, man. Mara, maybe something else. OT, why can't Sundowns fill up stadiums, even CAF, unless they're given free entry? Guys, changing culture is not easy. I'm gonna shoot Sundowns some bail. Changing culture is not easy. And I think the other thing is that Sundowns lives in a world where they don't have to fill out the stadium. You know, Chiefs and Pirates are commercial teams who have to work off of fans and have to get sales and do all of those things in order to make their money. And I'm not saying they don't even fill out stadiums all the time, right? But at least for the important matches, fans come. But I think it's a cultural thing that's going to take some changing. I don't know how you'd go after that and change it. Mara, if people are now used to getting in free for these things, getting tickets because you are wearing yellow, things like that, then it becomes that culture. Hey, dark arts. Mangoba needs to stop playing this football. He must play chameleon football. Mara, chameleon football was getting killed by low blocks. Oh, Butle, I'm watching on 192, SABC 2, but then it's also on 209 if you're watching on DSTV. And then, of course, it should be on all of the SABC Sports channels for free. So SABC Plus, sabcsport.com, the Facebook page, if you want the free options for watching this game. Sundowns is a business team. Their players wasn't to be treated like a club. The shots of Sundowns are even what? Filling stadiums means nothing, says Jero. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything, but it would be nice, as Tebza said. Yo, hey guys. For this game, what's the increased prices for CAF games? Yeah, man, they increased prices even. I didn't know that. Also, they've stopped charity, but it's still going to work out to the same thing. Maybe you need to create enemies, man. Maybe you need to create enemies and create an us and them type situation. Put down Masandawana. Now, as Kone, Anis, the grounding. Do you want those teams from Soweto? Maybe that's the narrative. I don't know. No stress, Bushe. The other Bushe says hello. Let me go to Mujan. OT making excuses for the poor attendance. They won the league 7 times. That's enough to attract. No, but Mujan, my point being, you could argue that for Chiefs and Pirates, it's a do or die situation when we talk about fans, because that's how the revenue comes about. So the marketing efforts and the things that Chiefs has to do and the way the club is structured and built is that they need to sell the shirts. They need to do all of those things in order to fund things internally. Whereas Mamelodi Sundowns, with the coach Tate Motsepe, hasn't needed that type of thing. So is it a must? And maybe you do things differently if it's a must. But to be fair, like I said, we struggle nationwide to fill out stadiums. Chiefs and Pirates, okay, they've been doing it early on in Orlando. Chiefs has been doing it on the road somewhat, right? But I mean, those are exceptions. So you can't put that on Sundowns and all of those things. You get what I mean? You can't put that on them when it's a league-wide thing. There's no team that can boast that their stadiums are always full, you know? That's all I'm saying. Reynolds shouldn't. Yeah, he shouldn't have been out. That's the question that I asked. That I think Reynolds would have been a great option on the bench, or at the very least, start Shalulile in this game. If you have Shalulile on the bench, start him in this game. I don't think Sales and Ribeiro can play in the same team Honestly speaking, I don't think so. They have yet to prove us wrong in that regard. And I just feel like they're similar. They're similar. The only difference is that Ribeiro is more proactive with his assist seeking and passing, whereas Sales does the same assisting and passing, but he waits for the game to come to him. So I don't know. It went from 20 rands to the PSL standard ticket 40 rand. Maybe they're trying to prove a point. I don't know. So if not having fans means nothing, then Abu Mokwena should stop crying on the media. Yay, mina angizingeni lezo. That was dealt with, I think. I guess he was speaking about the context of Bafana actually having full stadiums now. So maybe he's speaking from that regard. But it's that, keeper. Fans can't come for this. Why come see this? It's the Champions League, though. Reserves are stronger than the starting 11, says Msabe. The second half will be interesting, says the concierge. Sales is playing like Xerxes, says Temba. Give says Kanti Sundowns pola phakathi. This wing play, aye. Gustavo says this is a must win. We cannot afford to draw. Bushle says like financial fair play is not going to work in the league. I have a video on it on YouTube where I explain why financial fair play, in as much as we say that it's a good thing or whatever, it's going to hurt more teams than it's going to help. Technically this is not good. Can't even put in a proper cross from Ubuhlali. Sundowns don't care about fans. It's rare to see Sundowns visit their branch. Sundowns fans are disappointing, says Malume Kuto. These games bringing back memories to Saturday. We're playing exactly like the second half. The concierge, I think the pace and setting of the game will change in the second half. Why are these players falling like flies? Maybe, let me not say that. I was about to say something very ignorant. No. What are Sundowns really playing? I don't understand their style of play. Guys, this is end of season rulani. You're going wide, super wide. And from super wide, there's no balls into the box that you guys are playing in. There's no exerted pressure. You're allowing yourself to be out wide. I've argued that the best way for Sundowns to break down a low block is not trying to go around it, is to try overload the center and pick them apart through passing. You see the sales pass that Ribeiro got, for the chance that Ribeiro got, that's the type of football you should be trying to play, right? That's the type of game you should be looking for. But the coach is not serious. Ahly 3-1 study. Ahly leyo. I'm not going to say it. Hey, I don't want to say anything ignorant. No. I can't criticize Abu Mokwena for how they act in press conferences and then I say something crazy on my platform on the internet. I refuse. What a boring game of the year. Maybe second half. Hey. And you know what's funny about Sundowns? What's funny about Sundowns is that even with Coach Rulani, he was so good at rotating. Yeah, but what's going on? It was so, you did play like this better days. You guys forget, like when you guys speak about Rulani, you guys forget how many 1-0s, kitchen sinks came from this. Y'all just had possession, but you weren't taking shots and doing all those things. Let's not do that. But anyway, yeah, there we go. Multi-guest. Where's multi-guest now? Okay, guys, halftime. I'm going to let in 5 people. And we'll have a conversation if my multi-guest can open up. Let me just make sure that my graphics are fine. We have gotten through the first half. It is 0-0. We are halftime. Let me just make sure. Hey, guys, I'm sorry. Just making sure that everything is fine. Palatina Spanish graphics. Yeah? Okay, let me see who's here. Let me see who's here. It is halftime. Guys, remember, 5 people will be let in. If you want to jump in, please remember you have to be following me. And then bottom of your screen, there's a button that says multi-guest on TikTok. So those on YouTube that want to jump in, you have to come in on TikTok. Then I need 25,000 likes. Then in the second half, I'm going to leave it open and everybody can jump in and you can give me a minute of whatever you're thinking about is happening in this game. But right now, it is 0-0 as it stands. Let me let in Ntuli. Ntuli, welcome to the show, my brother.
Hey, Mr. Oti, how's it?
Bathi ngesilungu, when it rains, it pours.
It's pause.
Uthi ngale festa.
But ikhothi yaka rain, yabo lo rain lo network because now
Yeah.
when it rains it pours. Hayi bokwenzakalani ngeSundowns. Yazi I foresee what happened on the weekend on this game.
Yeah.
It seems like these guys the team they were watching the weekend's game indlela benza ngayo because Sundowns they are not a threat at all and you can tell ukuthi le opposition they show a little bit of quality when they have ilokunjani when they have ball and it's scary Mr. Oti because namhlanje phela I'm fan number 57 patriotism yama ingivumeli yabo so ngizoba worried ngempela ke today Mr. Oti because labantu laba they can get something out of nothing. You can see it. Mhlawumbe they will come to their senses and be like, hey guys, these guys are not a threat at all. Let's just have a go and see what they've got. And it seems like they will score if they do that, yes.
What's going wrong for Sundowns? What's going wrong? Ngitshele nge-lineup, ngitshele ukuthi man, ikhona la kungaconnect khona man.
Hey, I think they're trying out a lot of things. Shall we find yabo? But it makes sense ukuthi ba rotate squad because the calendar it's long for them yabo. But yona okay kudlala position but they're not a threat man Mr. Oti they are failing to penetrate through lelo kunjani le zonal marking that is implemented by any team. I don't know how because Sundowns used to be good on those. I remember last time compared to those seasons where we used to say, my team, why are they parking the bus? Because either way, Sundowns is going to come through. But now it seems like something changed, man. They are struggling to penetrate through. And I don't know, but hopefully, maybe if they can get a goal, maybe game will open up or something. But
Ngizobuya.
What happened on the weekend?
Ngizobuza. There's something I want to ask, but let me bring in Zwat. Zwat, welcome to the show. How are you, my brother?
I'm good in you, OT.
What's happening? What's happening, man? Is the meter box not reconnected after Ukesu Shailo? What's happening?
My case, Shai case. No, I think what's going on here? This guy has a plan. Mangoba has a plan. The starting lineup, that's the team that started, will not be the same second half. Maybe the first, like you said, he's going to overwhelm this team. They are a traveling team. They are tired from all the traveling, and they will not be playing the very same way they are playing now as they were trying to get those counter attacks and stuff. Maybe in the 60th minute, he's gonna start making those changes, bringing in your their left back man, Maposa.
Mudiba.
Obri Mudiba, your Batusi Oba is coming in there into the midfield because now Mokwena is now dropping back into being a holding six than to pushing up and being the 8 there. So I think that's what's going to happen. And from the first half performance, they are opening up the field, man. For the team with the players that are playing, I don't think they have the quality to be opening up the field like that. The best way I think they should be attacking is try play the ball more, but going direct. Mangoba said he wants to be direct, but him being direct is not showing here where we don't see Sundowns in the midfield. Everybody is just going out wide and we don't see any crosses coming in. So they are holding up the ball. Maniem is just absorbing the pressure, but nothing is happening. It's a very boring game. But I think second half things will change, and with those substitutes that he's going to make.
Can I ask you an unfair question?
Yeah.
Do you think that these players are buying into what Coach Mangoba has been speaking about? Because he, in his press conferences, has also come out to say that, man, now, it doesn't feel like the players, want to play at the intensity that he wants them to play at. Do you think that it's a tactical problem, a physical problem? Do you think that maybe they're not understanding what he wants?
I think the switch from a coach. I myself am a soccer player, so once you get a new coach, you still held on to the previous coach's ideologies and tactics and how he wants to play. And when a new coach comes in, it's just like, why? What is this guy saying? Why does he want us to play like this? It's just a matter of time. They will have to adopt, and it's just a whole new coach trying to change. And I hear people saying, why does he want to end this? Why does he want to break those tactics that Rulani used to have? We must understand that he is a coach himself. He has his own ideologies. He wants to play the way he wants to play. So us expecting him to play the way the piano and shoe shine, it's not his football, and he has expressed it that he likes to play direct football. He does not care about the beautiful football, just score goals, score goals, score goals.
Okay, I'm gonna come back. Zwat, let me bring you Chero.
So, Oti,
What's happening, Chero? Chero, what's happening, man?
hey, yeah, I told you yesterday, hey, Rulani Mokwena fans are a big problem. Listen, Oti, there's nothing wrong here. I mean, I don't see why there's this big noise about Umangoba. We are the highest scoring team in the league. We've got most goals. We've got the least goals conceded. We are second on the log. We've just been in the final. Our team is playing national team match. So what more do you want? What really more do you want? Sometimes it's not a cup competition team. We've never been, even before Pitso, even during 97, Omar Rodman's Cup, we've never been a cup competition. It's always been Chiefs. Even Paris is not a cup competition team. It's always been Chiefs. So now we are sitting number 2 on the log, 3 points behind. We've got the most goals. We've got the least goals. So what is the problem? Why are we trying to dissect and look for faults? How many of these games did we see last year? Talking about today's game. Today's game, yes, we're not playing well. But how many of these games we saw?
A lot. Towards the end of the season, there were a lot.
So, a lot. And 1-0 there. Yeah, 1-0 there, 1-0 here, a draw here. It's part of the game. I don't know why Umango was expected to win 5-0 every game. I'm not sure. He even made an example. In Real Madrid, they play direct. They don't play beautiful football. Yet they win Champions League almost every second season. You understand? So I don't see any hype. Even if we draw today, OT, it's fine. It's not a big issue. There's no trans match. And the problem is our players are listening to us on TikTok or social media, and they're getting brainwashed. You can see. But these players, they must know. Before them, there was Sundowns. After them, there will be Sundowns.
Okay.
That's all I want to say.
I'm gonna come back. No, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back just for time's sake. Let me bring in Gustavo. Gustavo, welcome to the show, my brother. How are you?
Hola, Uti.
Skipani la Gustavo. Kenzakalani kule game?
Iyabhora le game, ayi. Iyabhora. Try to rewatch my case beating us in the final.
Yeah, man.
If I have to watch this game, it being like this, iyabhora, man. Like akuhlangani. But I can understand, man. I can understand. It's a lot of players who are playing, and I don't think they know each other in a competitive game.
Yeah.
I don't think they know each other in a competitive game. You look at Usales, already Usales, Ukodisang, Usavetra, I don't, those are new players, if I can put it like that. Those are new players, as much as Klangana in practice, whereby we saw a combination of Lithaku, no Sales before, it's working. The boy did come out and say, okay, this is from practice, we gel properly, we practice. But yeah, as a combination, only see 3 players playing. Sibonile Ribeiro trying.
Sibonile Island trying, Sibonile Mokwena doing well in the midfield, you know. So, it's a tough watch. It's a tough watch, you know, especially
Can I ask, should Sundowns be a little bit worried because it's very early in the season, but this is how, you know, when the chameleon broke down, it started looking like this towards the end of the season. Should they be worried? And do you think that maybe I'm a player not buying into Lento Mangoba Funai?
I'm a player buyer. Depends with which team I'm putting out on the field, you know. But strategically, like this game, how many goal scorers are on the pitch? First of all, how many goal scorers are on the pitch? Besides, okay, take out Repair. Who else is a goal scorer on the pitch? You know, where's that balance? The moment you don't have that balance, that's where you get killed. You know, you look at the game against the Pulo One, you needed balance there in the team. In this game, you need balance. Whereby our front line doesn't really offer you goals, can offer you assists. But who am I assisting? Who's there to score? You know, like we said in the comments, I said in the comments, and also mentioned it, that you need a player like Reynas here. You need a player like Shalulile. You know, you need a player that would have to be selfish at times in the box. Fine, you are going wide. Where are you trying to cross to? You are going wide. Where are you trying to cross to?
Are you even crossing?
Why are you even crossing? Question. Why are you even crossing? You know, whereby who's gonna score those goals for you in the box? Because we know we don't have those type of strikers. You know, and we need to free up Ribeiro. We need more players to get on the ball and sort of keep Ribeiro playing those 1-2s. You look at that combination he had now in the final minutes. Yakeno Sales, get him those balls, get him shooting from outside the box. You know, he's the guy who's gonna get us the goal from outside the box, since Tables is not really pushing high up the pitch. If you are looking for those outside the box shots and goals, you know, I think Coach Mangoba needs to bring in someone who's gonna, first of all, on the left, go direct with the right back. If, however, they're still opting to play for those wide balls, you know, trying to do the cutbacks, trying to put in crosses, put in a Mudiba if you have to on the left. You know, I think a Kodisang needs to come out and
Okay.
you know.
I let me bring it to Busha. I'm gonna come back, Gustavo. Busha, welcome to the show. How are you?
Sanbonani, gentlemen, how are you?
We're watching this game and we're trying to figure out what's happening. How do you see this first half, my brother?
I'm gonna start with the cliche. Ngithi, it's not over until the fat lady sings. Nil score. Ne?
Okay.
Game my pela will suss it out. You understand? I'm listening to Gustavo. As the Sundowns is spoiled, ubiza my player. Yes, there's Banban. It sounds so nice. You know, there's so much depth, and the one thing we're forgetting to do is, as us appreciate Sundowns for the standard they're bringing in. You understand? Okay. Every team needs to prepare hard for Sundowns. It's not easy. So Sundowns, whatever team they are facing, that team is on the A game. You understand? And they in cup finals, like the other gentleman mentioned. They second. They one of the most scoring. And I'm not a Sundowns supporter, by the way. It's just we has mabugeli pola man. Ulbugela ngilihlo. And I just want to say, let us also salute Sundowns and say, you know what, you guys, you have raised the bar, and the other teams are now coming up. That's why the games are so tough for you. It's not as easy. Umangoba has to now, and that's what's up. He's trying to win games. And this is how, unfortunately, he must do it. Find solutions. The players, the depth is there, but right, but soft. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna just very quickly, as we get the second half underway. Ntuli, what do you change in the second half? How do you approach the second half? How do both teams win this game? And what's your score prediction?
Sundowns gonna win 1-0, ne? I think maybe test to goalkeeper since the team ipaki pass. Ne, akuvimbile uchipezeze vele.
Akunachipezeze lapho lo keeper akekho.
Akumtest goalkeeper ngama long range. Yeah, I think they have to go for ama shots, but I think Sundowns will win eventually.
Okay.
Yeah, but they
So 1-0.
1-0, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, 1-0. That's Antlizio. Let me go to Gustavo. Gustavo, how did these two teams win the second half, and what's your score prediction?
How do these two teams win the second half?
Yeah.
Yini lesidlalana ngiyazi nangegama.
Maniema Union.
Phela amagama aqala ngabo sazi ma-guest team. Yabo. So when the Maniem, how they win it, they continue playing the way they have been playing, and they look for counters. That's how they would win it, and they have to try to get those set pieces, and force us to
Evan. Okay. Let me go to score.
Aye, strong 0-0.
Yeah, sorry, Oti, sorry, man.
Strong
But
0-0.
as I was saying,
Evan.
they have to keep playing their game, and they have to go and look for those set pieces.
Okay.
Look for those corners, and but
Score.
Sundowns, I think they have to sacrifice one person there between Osales who's this guy?
Not a bear.
No Kodisang and put
Oh, no Kodisang.
Since
Yeah.
they are still going with their gameplay, and there's too much supply to not have a natural striker there.
Okay. Score. Hey, Gustavo's got. Okay, Bushe, what do these two teams need to do to win this game, and what do you think the score is going to end up being?
It's looking like a stalemate. If you 0-0 out, let it be introspection from the Sundowns when it comes for a CAF. We be 0-0. Let them contain the game. That's what's up.
Score prediction. 0-0. Oh, Kana, you said 0-0. Sorry, 0-0. Okay. Guys, 25K likes, and I leave it open. So tap the screen. It is free. I'm looking for 25,000 likes. Then everybody can come in and give me a minute. Okay. Here's my thinking about Mamelodi Sundowns. I think this team, the combination of this team doesn't make sense to me. So you have Saavedra, Allende, Sales, and Ribeiro. I don't think Sales and Ribeiro can play together because for me they are similar players that just play at a different speed. So Sales still wants to give away that assist from that false 9 position, but then also Ribeiro coming in as a 10. If you don't let him play 10 in a counter attack where he doesn't have time, he tends to take an extra touch or go missing. I think Sundowns is still playing a little bit too wide for my liking personally, because the moment they go wide, you have to finish the action. So that means when you go up the side, you have to get a cross in, you have to get a cut back in, you have to do something, or else we're just watching you guys play your possession in a U shape and just carry on playing possession that isn't hurting anybody. They don't have any teeth. And part of the reason why they don't have any teeth is because there's no striker. There's no one there who's there to go get goals. They don't have the type of player. We know Sales is not a number 9. We know he'd much rather lay off the game. We know Kodisang is not a striker. So now you're watching these players who are playing positions that maybe don't make sense for them currently the way this team is set up, which is why I'm questioning some of the setup. And even if you were to play this game and say, okay, fine, we have to go for long shots, the guy who's taking the long shots is playing as a defensive 6. He's not even up the pitch in order to go take those shots. So I think it's a very weird setup from Mamelodi Sundowns for this game. I don't see what's going to happen here. But here's the interesting part about the second half. I think Sundowns is in a catch-22 situation. I think if Sundowns does what they normally do and up the tempo, you're going to make it a ping-pong match, especially if it's a 0-0. And ping-pong/tennis match, and you're going to be going back and forth a lot. I don't know if you want to go back and forth with this Maniem team with the current score and the way the match... Oh, you got to finish those, guys. With the way the match has been going, and maybe you end up opening yourself up for attacks the other way around if you allow this team to start playing as well, or allow them space to go back and forth with you. So I think Sundowns is in a very awkward place because you might say they need to up the tempo, but upping the tempo also creates chances for them to be taken advantage of, right? And remember, this is a tournament. This is the group stages. They are at home, Sundowns. So I think Maniem would be happy with a draw away from home to what everybody is expecting to be one of the stronger teams in the Champions League. So they might be fine with just sitting back, but I'm liking this. Ribeiro's coming inside. And he's allowing Sales to play the wall pass. I think that's the key to this. If you're going to play Sales, have a fake run towards the back and have Ribeiro come in for a 1-2 with Sales for a shot. I like that Ribeiro's going central. It's something that we've been speaking about even in the Makesi game, that how umuntu ahamba wayside for no reason. Saavedra is a workhorse, but I'm not sure of his role in this team because it seems like he's just cleaning up. Danko! Yes! Better! What I tell you, that don't go around the low block. Come inside and beat them through your technical ability. And drag people out of position. Let's go. Yes, make them work. I think it's a little bit better from Sundowns here. Nazo, there we go. You shouldn't have taken it up. But there we go. Nazo. Much better. This is what I was saying. That they need to come inside. This is what I was saying. Guys, Tata scream, please, Tata scream. And also, Kupari gift, guys. Kupari gift, man. Sendang the gift. Leonardo smile, man. Okay, let's see. This team is just here for a point, says the concierge. Gustavo says we need to up the tempo. Also, no players to press if we wanted to. Darlington says, I watched the first half. All that's missing is the finishing touch. Viking says Sales plays cock football. Hey? Tenko says they're not patient. Sales, Korisang and Allende out. Shalile, Mayema and Lukaku in. Let me just make sure. On the bench, there's no Lukaku for this game. And there's no... Okay, Mayema is there. But there's no Lukaku for this game. I bet over 1.5 for this game. I don't care who scores. I just want over 1.5.
The game has changed today. There's betting, there's all these people are emotional.
Tears through the low block. Msabe says, this team is drunk now. Downs will score soon. Mutlali says, I stopped watching 3-man press to watch the absolute abomination of this game. Second half is better. Thank you, though. Thank you. But it's always going to be there. Support us all, man. No, they've got their channels to support us all, please. Okay, here we go. I think I'm liking Sundowns being more central. Maybe this is where you let Obas come into this game. You might have to sacrifice one of... my last Ribero. Oh, my last, where are you going? People are going wide. Don't go wide. Go straight down the middle. Let me just see the rest of the comments that I missed. Ahly is winning comfortably, as they should. You know, man. You know how it is in the group stages. Ahly is a very strong team, group stages. Costa will score. Morena Sales. Imagine 1-0 in this team. We need more than one. So far, there's no spark, intention, or hunger to win. Second half should be fireworks. Let me ask in the comments, what's causing maybe the players not to vibe with what? Yay! Ooh, there's that threat. If Makesi taught us anything, you just need one chance. Okay, yeah. What's causing the lack of hunger in Sundowns right now, guys? In the comments, what's causing that? Because, like I said, it is something that was alluded to by Ukosh Mangoba. What is it that maybe he needs to do in order to make sure that these players play at the tempo that he wants, with the hunger that he wants? I think he wants them to be relentless in their attack, and he hasn't quite gotten that from this team as of yet. So let's see. Pero I'm coming down there. Okay, let me just find the comments. I think they need those hidden runs through the middle by Shalulile. Yeah, especially since there's no Reyners. I think the runs down the middle from Shalulile hurt Reyners because they take away his space normally, or it takes away, they sort of overcrowd that space. But if you don't have Reyners on the pitch, I think Shalulile would be very effective in this game. Again, run it through Sales. I still say Sales shouldn't be the number 9. Brilliant, but Ngoba's the problem. There's no chemistry in this team. It's just disjointed. Ahly winning 4-1, says Pumuzo. Thank you, Tabang. Let's tap the screen. Mangoba will get it right, guys. Give him 3 seasons. 3 seasons? Papa Khwasi, 3 seasons? I know I've been defending Coach Mangoba. Mara 3 gold. Let's go. Better, yes. Should have turned around. Somebody should have told Alan that there was a player behind him there, but much better from this team, I think, so far in the second half. Much better. Here comes the corner from Mamelodi Sundowns. 57 minutes in. It is still 0-0. Sundowns have been more aggressive in the second half. Just haven't been able to find that finish that they're looking for. I think maybe they need to breathe because, you know, and as much as we say that the Sundowns team is so good and people are saying, yeah, anybody could coach this team and all of that stuff, I think there is a level of pressure that comes. And after every bad result, especially after the final, you may just need to get that goal that gives you just, man, it's a pressure valve that lets it go a little bit. Because as much as we speak about Sundowns and people are saying that, you know, was that cup really something that Sundowns was out to win and we don't do well in cups and all of that. It's not nice to lose, but also there is a little bit of pressure with the questions that are going to be asked of the team going forward. So what is important for this team to do now is to score. Just get over that duck. Just to get over that duck, Taiwan. And I think then you will start seeing a more open Sundowns, because the more they play games like this, I think the more the pressure builds, you know, and creates unnecessary tensions. Don't go wide. You were looking so good going up the center. Why go wide now, man? Overload the team in the center. They don't know how to deal with the touches. Come on. Oh, Nani. Mangoba will get it right. 2 seasons, says DJ Rex. Babako says, or more. Butlali says 3 seasons is too much. We should be saying that to Nabi. Even Nabi. Better from Sundowns. They're now showing who they are. I can't, Liko. Unfortunately, I can't. Copyright. The moment I show it, the moment I'll be banned. I've been banned before for less. And I like talking to you guys, man. This season has been peekaboo kind of performance from Sundowns. I think the toughest thing for any team, right, with a new coach, there's always a new coach bounce. So there's always those games where the coach will come in and you guys will start firing on all cylinders and it will look amazing and everybody will be up and there'll be, you know, that new feeling. Even with the way that Mangoba was changing players and bringing in other guys, I believe the record or the number now stands at 32 players that have played for this Sundowns team up to this point. So it was always going to run out. The problem is, where do you go from here? So where do you go from, okay, fine, we had a great start. Now it's starting to teka a little bit. How do we reinvent ourselves? Or how do we, you know, find the answers? That is what Coach Mangoba is going to have to deal with here. And I'm not saying that they knew or anything like that. I'm just saying that it's a new system with a new coach, a quote-unquote new head coach who's changing a system. It's tough. There's teething pains. Then there's that period where you guys are incredible. You're scoring 11 goals in 4 games and all of that type of stuff. What happens now? And a lot of teams are going through that. Chippa United is currently going through that with Coach Kopo. You have Kaizer Chiefs is about to go through that with Coach Nabi. Honeymoon, the scoring that they were doing early all of that type of stuff is now starting to go away. Now they need to start getting legitimate answers for some of these big questions that are being asked of them. So even with this, if now we've seen Makesi play a certain way and maybe get a result from a game, if we've seen now this Maniem team come in and maybe get not look incredible in their game, but also just sit Mamelodi Sundowns down, what happens then? Because there's still here's the big pattern shift. I've said for the past few months, 65 minutes is where Sundowns starts breaking down. The moment he makes his first few subs, the game is going to be open for Maniem. And if Maniem can be a little bit clinical with their game, then they can do something. This is what you want as a team that's going to play. But yeah, let's see if they've fixed something here or if it's going to be the same weaknesses from Sundowns. Champions League needs experienced players with chemistry. I don't believe that that's the case, Musa. I could even argue that Sundowns is not getting killed by the experience of this game. I think they're getting killed by the setup of the team. Oh! 60 minutes. 60 minutes. Makubu maybe scores that goal. Then Ziyakhala foot. 60 minutes. Tabang says Ngoba's a flop. Q-Boy says we're gonna draw here. Why can't they take shots like Saturday? They don't even take shots. This one is not new, just a hint and a pinch of arrogance, says Concierge. Champions League needs experienced players with chemistry. Pumuzo says Mangoba likes to talk about the other team. His team is struggling. They're just against the poor team. Q-Boy says, again, time is going. Why can't he sub? When did Kaizer Chiefs score? Kaizer Chiefs early. Don't you remember our first games? It was, 2 goals versus Makesi, 2 goals versus Sundowns. I believe we scored 1 or 2. I'll have to look at the record. But the first 4 or 5 games under Nebi, league-wise and also in some of the cups, we scored quite a few goals. Let's not wipe it away, guys. Let's not wipe it away. Ngathi singadlala ne-Chiefs just to bring our confidence back. Hey, Mara, entitled Uppity African. We're almost at 25k likes. Yeah, 25k likes, guys. I opened it up. Everybody gets a minute. Oh, here comes the tennis game. Here comes the tennis game. Mangoba sabotaging himself, says Utumi. As a Chief supporter, I like what I see, says Uvusi. I just thank Fleming for making the right decision, says Rulani. Slowly, the team is gaining confidence. Tennis game, 60 minutes, guys. If you can last, Nazo, if you can last up to 60 minutes with Sundowns, I will preach this for every week that's going to come, every game that's going to come. Something happens around this time. That 4-0 against Supersport was a bit of a fluke, you say. 4 against Supersport in Amazulu. There we go. Sales can't even make one pass. So yeah, I don't wanna make it. Let's be fair when we're speaking about these things. The point I was making is, now that teams have figured out your game, a lot of teams are now coming into their ninth or 10th game of the season in terms of the guys who went in the Champions League. The guys in the Champions League are also coming into quite a few games. Now the questions are going to start coming up. Oh, so we just need to survive to 60 minutes versus Sundowns. Then we open up. You get what I mean? Now we're going to open it up. Boy, Chiefs, man. Mauvalu Sereno. So we can keep Sereno quiet and you can take advantage of the fact that they've got 4 players in attack. You can do something here on the counter. Or, these are the things, the questions and answers, as Uto always says, the questions and answers that are asked. And now they're going to be asked of Mangoba, for example. So let's see, man. Let's see if he changes something here. Sales is off, can't even make one pass. Why are they going wide? Why is Mamelodi Sundowns going wide? Their best time of this game has been when they crowd the center and pick them off through technical ability. Why are you going wide if you're not going to cross a ball? And if you're going to cross a ball, bring Shalulile in, man. Hi guys. This team came here for a draw or win. It means a lot to them. Mangoba's not built for this. Is top tier. Will you be live for Chiefs? Yeah, I'll be here for Chiefs. Butlale. I'll be here for Chiefs. I'm also going to be here for Pirates. We're going to just continue on with the live and catch the Pirates game at 9 o'clock as well. Dabizita says Rulani's back. It's like a friendly match. Says Q-Boy. Nazo. Bayenza nama white balls. A September says they're going white because Mangoba can't adapt. I don't think Mangoba wants that game, to be honest with you. They're trying to stretch the defense and it's not working. The problem with stretching the defense, and if you stretch the defense, you have to do something at the end of the stretching. So you're stretching in order to open up spaces, either, let's say, top of the box, P-spot, or you overload them and make sure that the defense maybe does a tibang that falls towards your players that are making late runs. But if you're just going wide for the sake of going wide, this is what killed Rulani. This is what killed Rulani end of the season. But at least he knew that when he hit 80th minute, throw on everybody and just keep bombarding them with balls. Bombard with crosses. Something will break. You see, again, the thing I told you in the first half, you cannot have 3 players standing with the defense. You can't have 3 players waiting for the ball. Yeah, there we go. You've turned into the center. Play the 1-2. Play the 1-2 with Sales. Play the 1-2. He'll open you up. This match has started. Here we go. Maniem on the counter. Play the ball in, boy. Play the ball. Ooh, Sundowns. Okay, we've hit 25K. Feel free to jump in. I'm going to give you a minute. Just tell me what you're thinking of the game, and then we'll go from there. I don't understand. You've got the winning formula, Mara. You choose to then go and do something different. Why are they going? No, I'm going to be live the whole time. Don't worry. I'm going to be here the whole time. Up to and beyond 9 o'clock. We're here until 11, guys. We're here until Pirates' game ends. Feel free to jump in. Champions League also needs a consistent lineup, which is funny because Akira, they told us for Reyners is the Champions League player, but I guess Reyners proved himself as well. Pumuzo, welcome to the show, my brother. How are you?
I'm fine, and how are you?
Man, Kimnati Pumuzo. Pumuzo, you've got a minute. Tell me, what are you seeing from this game?
I have seen enough. Sundowns will lose 1-0 this game. They are not serious.
What are they doing wrong?
Why are they crossing every ball? They're just going wide and wide. They should. They should go direct, not go. They should go direct, not go wide.
How does Mangoba change that? Well, what should he do to change it?
I think the players, they do not trust Mangoba. He have lost the dressing room.
Okay, for time, everybody's gonna get a minute, guys. For time, please, guys, come in and hit your point. Let me go to Better Days. Better Days, welcome.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Tell me about this game. What do you feel about this game? How do you think it's gonna end up?
I need to be straight. We don't have a coach at Sundowns. Mangoa doesn't have a plan or plan B.
Yeah.
Look how we open. It's an open game. Rulani always emphasize, I don't want open play. Yeah. Because if you get yet any time under Rulani, we didn't play this type of game where the midfield is open. It can go anywhere. Look at the chance they get now. 3 times.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that. We didn't play like this under Rulani. I'm telling you, we were so compact.
Well, how does Mangoba fix it? Well, what would if you were in charge? What would you do?
There was no need to change the system because you see, he wants to play quick ball, long balls. They need a lot of running. Whereas Rondo, you don't run. The ball moves fast. But
Yeah.
now when you change like this, you say helicopter football. I'm telling you, it's going to take ages for players to adapt. Sundowns doesn't play helicopter football. Never. Now look at this now. Slowly and slowly, people now they are mastering that. Lucas is the main man. If you
Yeah.
mark Lucas, Sundown doesn't play. What's the next
Yeah.
plan now? Timber is out. He doesn't have a plan B. Let me give the other guys a chance to talk.
No, Petite, thank you so much. Guys, please remember to mute when you come in. Let me go to Anjasona. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Fine, thanks to you, my brother.
Man, I'm good. I'm good. Tell me about this game. It's the heat is turning up on Sundowns now.
Yes, it's turning up, my brother, but hey, now I'm scared. They might concede now. They might concede, and if Sundowns concede, game over. I don't see them coming back from this.
What did Mangoba do wrong in this game? Yeah.
I think he didn't come with a plan here. He just wanted to rest players because he didn't take this opponent too serious. He didn't take them serious. He didn't take them serious. But now they're starting to show that they want to win this game. And now he needs to respond.
What would you change? Looking at this game and the players that are on the pitch, how would you change how Sundowns is playing to win this game?
Already, my first problem is gone already. It's gone. The author sales is gone. Shalula is in. That's my first positive sign in this game.
Yeah.
So now we just have to see what can Shalula bring on the table. Even Maniem is on. Even Maniem, thank God. Some bit of creativity there in the center there to link with the attack. At least, that's a positive sign. But now we just need a goal. A goal will go far in this game. Any team that scores is guaranteed to win.
Okay. No, Anjay, thank you so much. Let me bring in Nick. Nick, welcome to the show. How are you?
Thank you, my brother. How are you?
No, me, I'm good. I'm watching this game. I don't know what's happening. How do you feel about the game? What are you seeing?
Yeah, the game is good. The game is good, like from the honest point of view. You could see that Sundowns is really dominating the game. It's just that like their combination play does not have like the way forward. So they are playing just pass. They do not have like the vision of where are we playing up to. And also they do not have like strikers that can open up for long passes. Because you could see Ribeiro is trying also to bring those long passes, but they do not have like a target man or a striker that's gonna like open up for the long passes to go through. So I think that's the problem with Sundowns for now.
Do you think that the rotation maybe is a bit of an issue for Sundowns? Do you think maybe that's where Umangoba has lost it?
Yeah. If ever it's not broken, there is no reason to fix it. So the boys were playing well. I think now it's looking like he's starting afresh, like getting like his first team. So I don't see the reason for Umangoba to rotate the first lineup that was playing, because I see now slowly he's bringing back the players that are regular for Sundowns. Hopefully he's gonna get maybe one goal from this.
Okay, no. Nick, thank you so much. Guys, 74th minute, it is 0-0. Maniem has gotten a couple of chances here where they're trying to steal this game. And again, it goes back to what I told you guys from the beginning. Almost 60th minute. I don't know if it's because they're trying to push to go score. I don't know if it's because maybe some of the subs disjoint the team. But from that point, it feels like for that last 30 minutes, you can maybe get something from Mamelodi Sundowns in that time. And Maniem, remember, it's a group stage game. They are away. I think there's a point where they go, we've got nothing to lose here. And if Sundowns does manage to score, what happens to Hey, the other games. Let me go to Zwat.
OT.
75 minutes, 0-0. Maniema's pushing. How do you feel about this game?
It's still the same. Before I start talking about the game, I just want to address something, man.
Yeah.
As Sundowns fans, not only Sundowns fans, Rulani fans, most especially, because Uncle the Malume Kultu also said the very same thing, that Sundowns fans, they confuse me. Here you change coaches.
Yeah.
Right? The way, for example, the previous coach of let me use Kaizer Chiefs for example. The way Chiefs was playing last season and now will not be the same because they've changed coaches. The philosophy of the coach will not be the same. So for
Hey
them,
guys, can we mute there? Or if it's not, yeah, Zwat.
So for them expecting Mangoba to play Rulani football, it's not. It won't happen because those are two different coaches who are having two different ideologies.
Yeah.
That's one thing they should understand. Them saying you can't fix something that's not broken. It's not broken, but it's not what he wants to play with. So can they please understand that if you are somebody, for example, a man of a household, you cannot go tell another man what to do in his household. Let him lead his household and let him lead his team.
Okay.
Now back to the play. I think with Mangoba football, what I've learned is it's mostly boring football.
Okay.
It won't be as entertaining as Rulani because entertaining football is when we play the ball. With him, he does not care about the entertainment. He cares about getting the results, the goals, and the winning.
Yeah.
So I was saying, oh, what a boring game. It's part of his plan. That's how he plays. Excuse me. He's olden. Mangoba is an olden coach with the olden philosophy of I just want to see the team play the ball off to the wing, crosses, get the goal, and win. That's it. So it's his philosophy of football. And can Compella sit down? This guy's been up the whole game now. When I look at the screen, all I see is Compella. It's like a teacher at school teaching maths there, man.
For time's sake, let me bring it to Busi. Busi, welcome to the show, my brother. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Thanks and yourself, man, OT.
Ngimnandi man Busi. Busi kezakalani lana man?
It's a Kaizer Chiefs syndrome.
Yeah.
Mina, OT, I don't know what the Sundowns fans want. They asked Mangoba to put up a strong team against Magesi. They lost. Now Mangoba has reshuffled the team. They're still complaining. But to be honest, OT, man, I used to enjoy watching Sundowns under Rulan. I'm not gonna lie, because even if they were not scoring that much goals, but the way they were keeping the ball, attacking, it was exciting, man. They will look threatening at every time when they go forward. But nowadays, I don't see that. I just see a Kaizer Chiefs syndrome where you wish that they can go forward and score, but you don't see them where you don't see where the goal is gonna come from. You now rely on individual brilliance from Ribeiro, from Shalulile, you understand?
Yeah.
So I don't see them beating this team. And the question, OT, is this the team that's going to play the Club World Cup? Just asking. Please don't kill me, guys.
Can I ask though, Busi? Who Coach Mangoba has come out and complained about maybe the attitude of his team and the way that they're playing and all of that stuff? Do you think that maybe there's also not a buy-in from the team, or maybe they still need time to adapt to his football? What do you think is happening there? Do you think that it's all about his bad tactics, or is it maybe that the player side of the stuff isn't connecting? If I can put it that way.
OT, most of the players, they've been in that Sundown setup for, I think, for 4 to 5 seasons. And Mangoba was there. So for us to come up with that excuse that they're still adopting, I don't buy it.
Yeah.
Those players, they played under Mangoba before. So what makes it difficult to play under him now?
Yeah.
Understand? So that's not an excuse. The team must go. Sometimes we blame the coaches and say the coaches that blah, blah, blah. the team must go out and respect the fans and go out there and play. The players must go out there and win the game, for not for the coach, for the fans. Remember, the fans are the ones who go to the stadium and pay their last cent to go and watch them. So why can't they just go out there and perform? Because now you can see these players are not. It's not. We know Sundowns. I mean, people will argue with me and say, "Yeah, but they are playing." We know Sundowns. By now, this Sundowns should have been 3 or 4-0 up. The Sundowns that we know.
Can I ask something, Vusi? Can I just ask something? Do you think that it was? Let me ask again. Do you think that it was fair for Sundowns to bring in Coach Mangoba, but maybe not give him the leeway to maybe bring in and take out players? Obviously, timing was important. Do you think that this changes if he was allowed to go into a preseason or allowed to go into a preseason fully, or be allowed to have transfers?
I think if he was allowed to go to preseason, we will be talking a different story by now. Okay. But my argument again, OT, whether he went to preseason or not, he's been with these players. You know, with Sundowns, whenever you ask for a player, they bring it. It's not an excuse for him not signing players. There, when you ask for Ribeiro, they will go out there and bring Ribeiro. When you ask for Reynas, they will go out there and bring you that Reynas. So that's not an excuse, OT. Okay. I think these players don't want to play for Mangoba. I think so.
Okay. I guess I've got a question for the comments before I bring in Aubrey. In the comments, do you think this would be different if maybe Rulani was fired end of the season? Because for me, and this is my opinion, please in the comments tell me what you guys are feeling. For me, I feel as though Umangoba is fighting a losing battle if it's players that maybe don't want to play under him. Maybe they love Rulani and he didn't get a chance to properly remove players or sign his own players that can play the system. And I think Coach Mangoba was not necessarily the guy. I still don't believe that he was the guy. He just so happened to be a caretaker that they felt was viable and was already in the club. So does this change at all if he got a chance to sign players and if he got a chance to get proper time, maybe even before preseason? Let me go to Aubrey. Aubrey, welcome to the show. How are you?
OT, good evening. How's it?
Aubrey, Mina, I'm looking at this man, this team. How do you feel about this game and where Sundowns is?
To be honest, I'm not going to comment much about the game, but if you look at Mamelodi Sundowns players, I don't think they want to play for Coach Mangoba because I think what Rulani did well was he was more of a friend to these boys. Yeah. And with Mangoba, it's a different story. If you look at the age difference between Mangoba and the boys, it's so vast. And if you look at Rulani, I think Rulani was more like a brotherhood to these boys. I think that's where the problem is. And we're just lacking professionalism from these boys. And even if Coach Mangoba got the time to sign players, he was going to be sacked because you can't get rid of Msisi, you can't get rid of Mdao. You know, those are loyal players. You've got a value to them on the pitch. So it's a lot of things. And because he was going to face the same problem, because they're going to say, how do you reshuffle such a team which has succeeded so much? You know, so I just feel shame for Mangoba. I think he is trying, and there's a lot of things that are happening of scenes that we do not know. But I can see the man himself. He's not happy at Sundowns, and the boys, they don't want to play for him. It's unfortunate because at the end of the day, it's the coach who suffers.
Do you think that Mangoba was the guy, or is he a caretaker?
I think he's got the qualities, OT. I think he is the guy. The problem in this scenario is the boys, they're just not linking nicely towards the coach. Maybe from the senior management, it's something that they also would have considered. How will the relationship be, you know, beside the coaching techniques and the qualities of coaching? How will the relationship be between the players and the coach? I think it's something that at Sundowns is lacking.
Okay.
But qualities, I
Yeah.
do not doubt him. I think he's got all qualities. And for him to rotate the squad, he's actually trying to make something out of the squad he's got. Because I can tell you now, there's a lot of players who do not want to play football at Mamelodi Sundowns, unfortunately.
Okay. No, Aubrey, thank you for joining me. Well, this is the reason why I asked, guys. The reason why I'm asking this, and hey, we had this conversation a long time ago, but the reason why I'm asking is if I know that Ukosh Mangoba is not necessarily the head coach of the future and was a coach that was put in Ugbambisa for now. Rulani, whatever happened with Rulani happened. They didn't have enough time to go out and go fetch a coach, maybe. And then they go and bring him in. And, maybe as a player, I think to myself, I just have to wait him out, Gangan. And Rula, the new coach will come in. I'll try and impress that guy. Is there something to that with the relationship they have? And I want to make the point because even when Rulani was given the platform and was promoted, quote unquote, if you remember some of the moves that happened, Abu Charlie were moved on. Under the co-coaching, Abu Onyango, long-time servants, were asked to sit down and become secondary players. Abu Shompokikana were moved on very harshly, very important players. Should Mangoba have been given the opportunity to do that too? And unfortunately, could he, with the timing of what happened to Rulani? But anyway, let me speak to Gustavo. Gustavo, we're 87 minutes in. It is still 0-0. How do you feel about this game then?
Feelings izinto zabelungu uthi. Hi man, ngikho happy. This is a must-win game. As bathi zakuna chipezeze kuno chipezeze lo. This is a must-win game for Sundowns. I don't care how they win it. This is a must-win game.
Yeah.
If we don't win here already, we are behind. And our group is tough. Our group is tough. So us struggling here and excuse me. But they are struggling here and it's a 50-50 game.
Yeah.
They could have had the lead. We could have had the lead also. We've had chances whereby we should have converted. They had a clearer chance to convert. So there are those things whereby I man kwenzakalani kule game there. And we should have started with this thing of rotation. This is where Urulani mastered it, And I think now it's not linking ayan squad man. The bafana I think in this kawata foot. And that's a topic for another day. Yes, kawata.
Mara Gustavo. Yazi, Mangoba for me, no Rulani, even Rulani, but they were rotating so nicely. Yazi, when there's no pressure. They got rotating, man. You see different players, then you smile, but the moment it gets tough, the Sundowns, Rulani, the moment it gets tough, man, they start making weird rotations. Whenever repair and sales, guys. What happens there? Is that a factor here?
Rotation and ranking. Rotation and ranking. That's the question. No, at times I think at times you have to go the Rulani way whereby same starting 11 you bulldoze over teams even if you get a 1-0 win.
Yeah.
But you still come out with giving that team zero chances. But no, you're going to win the game. And I've always said this with the Rulani team, you're almost sort of guaranteed not to lose.
Okay.
I see drawing. You're sort of guaranteed not to lose. Yeah. Teams get chances. Teams get chances, and that's the problem. And rotation, man, and king rotation. Depends how you do it, when you do it. In this CAF game, especially, we know how it can. Our games can be harsh.
Yeah.
We CAF starts the starting 11. This is Spawning against the case final. That's the team you're supposed to be expecting to be starting here, or with maybe two changes. Maybe two changes.
Yeah.
Not what you saw in the starting 11. I disagree with what you saw in the starting 11, and here we are seeing what we saw against Imakis, whereby a team is sitting back. They are there to be killed in the first half, and second half they are there to kill you.
Yeah. Okay.
You know?
Okay.
So yeah.
For time's sake, let me see. Brian, yes, just add 45 to whatever my timer is. So we're currently in the 90th minute. So take that 45, add 45, and you'll know exactly what the time is. There has been 4 minutes added on. So Sundowns has about 3 minutes to try and get something from this game. Let me go to Uqawe. Uqawe, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, sure. How are you, my brother?
I'm good. Uqawe, tell me about this game. How do you feel about it?
Man, this game, it's in Pagani happy, my brother. We are cruising nicely.
Yes, ngo 9 o'clock. Yes, nani ngo 9 o'clock. Ningasmile kakhulu.
Hayi khuleka thina on sisebenzi. Nama squad rotation yana ngenamsebenzi haya.
Coach.
Bakhala nge-national team, but from last season and so on, they've been telling us about the depth. We are not winning because I've seen a squad depth. They are buying players that are worth close to 70 million, but those players are ineffective for ball. So I don't blame Umanqoba fully, but I do say Uguti, this was not necessarily a squad sack, like the whole squad as a whole.
Yeah.
Talking about the appointment yak. It's like, for me, you want to play like a Real Madrid, but you've got Man City players. It's going to be very difficult. But even for Yena himself, he treats these guys like children. Mati, whereby Rulani was more of a brother, a friend, you know. Now he's more of the stern father. Oh, let it discipline endlin. You know, the guy who's magangen endlin. Ay, abantwana bayapum. He's that guy. And you can actually see it on the field. The team has become lazy. They don't want to play for him. And I think those are things that everybody is seeing from the team there, Sundowns.
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily think they've fallen off. I don't think they've fallen off. I think they're still very much good contenders of everything that they're still participating in. E-League is still well in their grasp. I mean, it's still early. Now, the Champions League, bazophumakuyo soon. And they still have a chance. So the Jets must not give up, man.
So then can I ask you though, how does Mangoba fix it? Does he also now start writing about "Don't give up on me" letters? Does he become friends? Does he enforce his thing up until they come right? How does he play Pella? Well, we're not even halfway through. We're not even a quarter way through the season. That's what the Loma came.
I think that is the reason why Steve was brought back. Steve was brought back as a dealer with the player management stuff, part of EE team.
Okay.
And Umanqoba maybe was brought in to coach and to bring in maybe the different tactics, the new tactics that are needed for AFCON. But I don't think he can fix it, man. I don't think he can fix it. I think he needs to get new players if he still wants to stay there. There are a couple of players that must go, but the problem with releasing players is that everyone at Sundowns is now expensive. No one in South Africa can buy them because they've extended a contract of Mokwena now worth 6 million euros, or whatever the case may be. So no one is willing to pay that amount of money for Mokwena. So if it means if Sundowns does not want to get rid of Umanqoba, they will have to get rid of Mokwena for free, or Mokwena will have to suffer and die at his Sundowns. So I don't think he can fix it. He's in trouble big time.
But very quickly, I want to ask you, would the club allow him to get rid of some of these players and bring in new guys? Would the club back him? Because I also have a question about management and Mangoba and the way they view him.
Maybe not, because in South Africa, I don't think there are a lot of players that can replace the current squad that he has. So he would have to go look for it outside. That's more money. That's more expensive. It's not even tried and tested. At least the management would be like, "Hi, Baba, you know, they've done this and this and this for us. This person of Tunisia, we have no record of him." So it might prove difficult to go to the leeway to do whatever he wants. But I don't think management can allow that.
Okay. No, Kawe, thank you so much, guys. We are going to continue. Let me just wrap up the game. We do have another hour. We're going to speak for the next hour in the run-up to the Pirates game. Then we're going to watch the Pirates game. This is what I'll say. What's scary about this Mamelodi Sundowns situation is that this is the Sundowns that we saw later with Rulani. So Rulani went for the first part of the season with a very heavy damage on Chameleon. The Chameleon was very effective early on, and then later on they needed to start grinding out results when he was complaining about low block and fatigue and rotation and all of those things. The worrying thing about this Mamelodi Sundowns is that, guys, this is the first group game of the Champions League group stages. Right? They've already had their problems with the MTN8. They've had their problems with the Carling Black Label knockout. So when you come into these games, and now teams are learning, as I say every single time, that what's very important in Sundowns games, this Sundowns, is that if you can limit damage up until around the 60th minute, from the 60th minute onwards, you start seeing the pattern. So you start seeing them not play, and they start opening up the game. And when they open up the game, yes, they're more dangerous trying to score goals, but because it's now a tennis match, other people can come the other way because the door's open. And now, do you have enough to go and score those goals and also look out on the other end? Because this Maniem team could have won this game when they hit the crossbar against the run of play. This Maniem team had some chances where maybe Sundowns now in tibang mode. Can you afford to play those type of games? The strength of this Sundowns team coming into this run was that they get their job done early. Overwhelm you early, it's 3-0. By the time they lose control and you guys have to play now we're playing back and forth, it's too hard for you to come back. But what happens in a 0-0 game, in a game versus what we saw with Makesi, in a game versus what we saw versus Polokwane, in a game that we saw now versus Maniem, in a game versus what we saw with Stellenbosch? What happens when those things are not coming together? And that becomes the question. And maybe that's where we need to start questioning the Mamelodi Sundowns, that what happens in the last 30 minutes? And I do want to caution us from maybe looking at Rulani and looking back with fond memories. Rulani had games like this, a lot of games like this towards the end. Rulani was killed by games like this where there was a score that was made. ES Tunis, when you think about ES Tunis, when you think about Pirates, when you think about all of that, where they were playing these games, they didn't look as dangerous as they were meant to look. A team was in low block and they couldn't do anything with that. So now you start asking the questions, Uti, even with Mangoba's change, have you answered the primary question? Last part of the games, you start losing. They've looked dominant with possession. They've looked dominant without possession with Mangoba being dangerous, box entries and all of that stuff. But what happens here? Lastly, before I let everybody come in and we can have a proper convo, let's speak about the starting lineup. I don't think Sales and Ribeiro work. And the big question we had from the beginning of this game was very simple. Who's going to score the goals? If Kimang Sales likes to drop back in and play the ball, Korisang is not a striker and likes to drop in and play the ball. Ribeiro likes to drop in and play the ball. Allende plays the ball. I won't play the ball, but there's nobody who wants to score the goal or make the runs or get into position or do the things that needs to be done to take advantage of this. So even from a squad selection point of view, I think there was an issue here with Mamelodi Sundowns and the way that they set up. And that maybe you ask the question about, even in your rotation, are you rotating for the sake of rotating? And now we're seeing Bosa Vetra playing with Bosales and Jay because they need to come on. Or even in rotation, do you have a plan to say, okay, these are the players that play better together, so let's use that chemistry and build it for that other team, and then have a first team that has its own chemistry that you build. But anyway, let me bring in everybody. Let's have a discussion. I think for the next 40 minutes or so, I'll let people come in. Everybody will have a chance to talk. Let's not talk too much or too long. I'm going to give everybody 2-3 minutes to tell me what you think about what's happening. And I may ask you a question or two, and we'll go from there. But we are also getting ready for Pirates to come in. Mara, all I know about Mamelodi Sundowns right now is that
Ziyakhala and Zigu loudspeaker and I connect off. Hayi no khona into off. Hayi ziyakhala ke manje. Hayi ziyakhala ke manje.
Ziyakhala. Mr. Sir, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm good, Mr. Ochi. I'm good. How are you?
Man, I'm trying to diagnose what's happening at Sundowns, man. What's going on at Sundowns? How did you feel about this game, and how do you feel about the situation that they're in right now? Is it just a bad patch? I saw somebody saying that in the comments. Can they survive it?
You know what? It's complicated. It's complicated because we are not seeing signs of it being too devastating because they've won a league. They've won what 6 out of 7 games in the league. They went to a League Cup final. They lost in the final. We know they have issues with finals. So it's with the final issue, it's the same problems that they've always had, right? But they're still winning games. Granted, they lost one against the low block. What we are seeing now is a lack of creativity when now they are playing against teams that are not scared to tighten them up. I mean, it's also the finishing that needs to be questioned, you know? Shalulile is not doing what Shalulile used to do. I was talking to you yesterday when I was on the show. I said Shalulile's positioning needs to be questioned. Shalulile's clinicalness needs to be questioned. He's not as clinical as the Shalulile we know, where we know that when he's in the box, his leg will find the ball. We don't know how, but his leg will find the ball. So is it a rough patch? Yes, it's a rough patch, man. But in terms of the game, very disappointing from the visiting side's perspective for me. I mean, here you know the solution. You came up with the solution to block them low. Granted, they did create that chance that nearly led to a goal where it hit the bar. But if you've done your homework and you're a Champions League quality side, should you not now be able to, like we said yesterday, set up against Sundowns to ensure that you score from that low block? You understand? Playing within your strengths. So I'm pretty disappointed in them. Sundowns, they need to fix their creativity and finishing fast because, like I said, this is a Champions League game now. People are not going to be lenient. They will man mark you. You saw Shalulile couldn't even get a chance to turn. They were already pouncing on him. So it's not. You know what? I've seen this team through worse, right? Even as a rival fan, I've seen them go through worse, and they've still found a way to bounce back. So I'm not one to write them off. I am really not.
I want to ask, how do they fix this, number one? And besides all the changes, should Sundowns be worried that we're seeing the same patterns? I mean, towards the end of the season last year with Rulani, we saw them going wide for no reason and not being able to put the ball in and struggling with low blocks. We saw them maybe not being able to get up for some games. We're seeing the same last minute problem that has plagued Sundowns maybe for the last 2 years in games of consequence. Should they be worried about that, and can they fix it? How do they fix it?
You know what? You are right when you are saying that it is a pattern. They are losing to that same low block and that lack of creativity. That's where they drop. Should they fix it? Definitely. But now it's time to say that Mangoba Ball is not the one that can fix it. Because like we said, Mangoba Ball is very direct because it is position based. But this thing, they are too wide. That middle of the park requires something to unlock it. And Mina, I'm not gonna talk favoritism, but my boy Uloch, I know him. You give him a key, you'll unlock. You understand? I know him very well. So when players like that are not coming into the park, and last season, I think it was this season when Mendieta left in the transfer window, I said to myself, granted, yes, Allende can play that 10. Granted, Uzwan is still there as someone who can break the defensive line, so they don't need Mendieta. But now it looks like Junior Mendieta is necessary. They need someone who's going to force oppositions out wide to come and make those tackles outside the box so that they can have set pieces, or someone who's going to rotate that box. You understand? So it's a creativity issue because all of their chances are coming from the sides now. It's these crosses that they're making last minute. It's not nice.
Okay. Let me bring you to Kumo. But when days are dark, Rulani fans are many. How are you, man?
I get Rulani fans came along, so we should stop this thing of these clowns from Soweto confusing us. Ne? I've got a question for you, ATA. Are you okay?
Yeah.
But here's the question. Ne? What does cruising nicely mean? Because I'm confused here. Because
cruising, yeah.
a parrot fener is cruising nicely. So I'm confused. Then they seem to have privy to information as Sundowns supporters and faithful.
Yeah.
Wawana heba tsamayang ka tsa bona di ndombeng ba botsa maka. Kutlilo mong ampotsa a re Steve yena o tlile go Sundowns. So back to the game. Wawana game, my bro, honestly, it was frustrating to see, especially after the Russia weekend.
Yeah.
But if we're being honest, bro, this is CAF. This is CAF, bro. You can't expect to see beautiful football. Teams, they play for a draw when they're playing away, especially go match fancy opposition. For the longest of years, bro, we've been playing Shushan and piano, including under Mangoba, Wantalohanya. Again, we're gonna crack at the same situation. We had chances, we didn't take them, we didn't score, and we were nearly punished. Same script, different cast. So I don't know. Like what wanna happen now, because of obviously as a person you listen to people, and you know people, especially against Sundowns, don't have the biggest hearts or good intentions for you, so you get confused. Because there was a point in now and I'm starting to think maybe Mangoba is not the best guy for us. But take hope, remember, he's the same guy filming 5-0, 25-0. Nermo praise and not slow about when a guy's rotation. Guy is ball playing. You know, won't even this thing, it has improved compared to the former coach Shoko Pirates and cheaper. So Nagar is fine. We're going through a bad patch. It happens to currently Manchester City. It happens to Real Madrid, Juventus, alone. What's a dynasty of teams? And just because I've said that, I'm not saying Chiefs should have hope. But you get my. I'm sorry. Sometimes the things I say.
So Kuma,
so
Kuma, what must happen going forward? How do you fix this? How do you get past this patch? What would you do in this situation now?
What would I do in this situation? I'm gonna trust Mangoba because he's shown what he can do. I'm gonna trust the process.
Now, if you were Mangoba or if you were Sundowns management of Sundowns players, man, together we are or do you go back or what do you do? Or is it just about sticking it out for now?
So technical analysis. Nagimoto benta what finances. Automata bem mopalabat. And also full house so can exposer. Okay, hekele mangoba. I give you. I want to live like can't even I am say raviao. So as a I'm gonna trust Kolira Viao. It's a movie, it's a level. Get some agent, so Nakwa, one twarager. Yeah, no people with you.
Sorry.
I'm just gonna trust Mangoba and let him do our best. I get he gets paid the big bucks. So I don't know what's happening because I know he's got a vision with experience and he's got great support in terms of like his technical personnel. He's got amazing coaches. He does everything. Like even when he does his press conferences, you can tell that this guy doesn't rely on individual plays. You can tell that this guy actually studies, he comprehends, and he has a vision. Or wonder if he's gonna come and say, "Yo, I know color for lost pick. I'm crying for another 4 years." Then you know what this guy clearly has given up and anything else to offer. So we're gonna stick by our coach and we're thinking we'll get through this. And let's say like who says that guy was bought for 69,000? 69 million. We're gonna give him a chance. He's gonna adapt and he's gonna give us goals. I have trust in my people.
Okay. No, thank you, Kuma.
9 o'clock. It's 9. You know what's happening. Yeah.
I'm seeing there in the comments somebody was asking about the games. This is the Champions League, guys. So sabcsport.com is showing it for free. sabcsport.com. SABC Plus, the app, if you want to download the app, is showing it for free. Or the Facebook page, the Facebook page, SABC. So SABC Sport Facebook page, you can watch the game for free on any of those 3 platforms. I can't show you the game because of copyright, and I don't want to be banned. I get banned very easily. I don't feel like being banned. Let me go to Prasipo.
Mr. OT, how are you?
Ai, nna ke monate Prasipo ke ntse ke gym for tomorrow ha ke gutla. A re di kene ntho tsa di carefully di what. Prasipo, how do you see this game?
Yeah, no, we'll talk about tomorrow's game tomorrow, and just for I don't know if it's my luck or not, but for the second time I'm coming after Kumo, so which is good because he has already got his chance to speak. But truly speaking, after losing the final on Saturday, it's sometimes difficult to motivate the players, especially against such a team like Magezi from that weekend. Then now the team has to play CAF, and then in Africa OT there are no small teams, just like there are no small countries. So it was tough. It was tough, and I still think we judging early. It's still early in the season. Maybe halfway through, we can start talking about Mangoba has failed or Mangoba this and that. But I don't think it's a challenge, in fact, because OT teams lose games, teams draw games, and unfortunately, after losing a final, which team have you had that after losing a final they go and win? Normally, it's almost downhill, but today it will feel like 2 points dropped because Champions League, when you're playing home, you want to get maximum point because traveling, it's a lot of traveling. Plus, they do these main games of theirs, and then it might affect you away game. You might not come back with the result away game. So, but then I think Sundowns, they just have to motivate their players going forward, because if they don't, once they go on a run like Man City is going through now, it might be a problem because 4 or 5 games of not getting result might be a problem. But now it's 2 games. Maybe they will pick up in the next coming game, and then.
Mara nna ke batla ho botsa hore what does he do? Does he go back to the quote-unquote A team and just play that until this time is over, or o etsa jwang?
I think OT, like I always say, you sometimes as a coach you need players who are willing to put in work for you.
Okay.
And we're not sure with the Sundowns squad, especially the ones that they were playing last season under Rulani.
Yeah.
There seems to be a kind of a loyalty for him, but they need to realize that he is gone. And when the season started, remember I said Mangoba was playing his players that he feels he wants to play. Then there came the issue of national team needing the players, and then they started to. We don't know if it was his decision to play or change the lineup. We are not sure. We're not sure about that. Then suddenly he's playing that squad. He's playing against Chiefs, and then he wins 4-0, and then everyone was happy. Unfortunately, OT with football, such things happens, and if they're not careful, this I'm saying, once it goes through halfway through the season, then it becomes a problem. Because if it's now, for me, now it's still early, it's still the first game in the group. Hopefully this team, the way I'm looking at it, they can still go to their home ground and then win this game. So I know for banter reasons, people will always love OT, but as for me, when it comes to African football, whether it's Kaizer Chiefs or Sundowns or Stellenbosch or any team, I always support the South African team. Unfortunately, I'm a Pirates fan, OT, but when it comes to Africa, I support. I know people will banter, but for PSL, I will banter OT, but for Africa, I just wish, because they are representing South Africa at the end of the day.
For time's sake.
But yes,
for time's sake, President, for time's sake, I want to jump in, just so that you can let the others in. Let me go to Remo. Remo, welcome to the show. How are you?
Sure, Brauti.
We want to join game, Remo. Kimo kinili kamo finally. Hey, Hubi Maman ko Sundowns. Something's happening. How did you see the game, and how do you think about Sundowns? What do you think about Sundowns?
Brauti nagel, Brauti nagel, nagel. Avanna. Mangoba first canal depende tse 3 bilang.
Okay.
Point ya mathomo. Mangoba o change scheme thata. That team e detse mola. You baba lositseng go finaleng. We could have brought all those players back, but Dala happy. So that the confidence is kabukari, they made a mistake or the confidence keeps going or I trust you. That was just on one mistake. Let's continue.
Yeah.
So now you change the team minor structure. How nang. Second of all, Brauti, ke ratile line brasi pa boletseng ya loyalty ya di player tsa rulani.
Yeah.
Bo Modawi, they're not putting in. Modawi last season was the best right back, more Africa based. Nadla he was Modawi. Now he Brauti nagala.
Mara o ilukisa jwang taba eo Manqoba ka hobane a ke bone hore le tlo signa batho January, a ke bone hore le tlo kgona go shifta batho. Does it go back to squad se ne se dlala before bo Mokwena bo Modawu ba le ko benching? What does that do ka defense? A ka etsang Manqoba in this time?
First, Manqoba ana le plan B. Manqoba ana le plan B. Ana plan B, when one plan doesn't work, it's a foreign.
Yeah.
And then for Regairang going forward, the squad is that's a big squad. There's an algo Terence Mashi by Lauren Banzekontle. He
Yeah.
can work something, Kamuela, but he needs to start array. Okay, the games are so CAF. Kena 20 games are like a team CAF. A team. Re kono kira di point because I read the roar where fitla go DRC go hoira lang bro you know require bad conditions this that da. So no I don't know bro no give collect the point
Okay. Hey, okay. Hey, nah, it's even, but it feels like it's in a rock and a hard place. But let me bring in Pilani. Pilani, welcome to the show. How are you?
Oh, thank you, man. How's it?
I'm good, Pilani. People are crying. It's lit, man. Go. Something is happening.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can understand. We can understand. You know, friends will always be friends. You know, I myself from a Sundowns supporter, and trust me, today's draw kind of felt like a loss. You know.
Yeah.
Kind of felt like a loss. So you understand all this frustration. We just came out of a cup loss. So there's so much that we expecting as fans to say, well, you know what, this game should actually uplift us. So when we go again for another draw like this, especially in CAF home, so you understand that people always will come out and lash out and blame this and that, you know.
Yeah.
But there are a couple of things that I picked up from this game personally.
Okay.
You know, I'm looking at the style of play that actually we actually come, that Manqoba is kind of introduced to the squad. I don't think the guys are really catching up with it at the moment. I'm not sure how long will it take for the guys to really adapt to the type of play that the coach is looking for. You know, remember we used to that Spanish type of play that you've seen. It's been there, the piano to shine. So now he's bringing type of different. That's why you see now even Ron Williams. You can see that he's not really involved that much as much as was involved last season.
Yeah.
You understand? So that all tells you, okay, the kind of play that we're bringing is a bit different. So I'm not sure how long should we be patient with that with him, because as Sundowns fans, I know we're not patient. We're used of getting results. You know, we're used of winning. We're used of dominance. So now when you're starting to be like a laughing stock, don't take it very well, you know. So those are one of the things that actually I believe sooner or later, I mean, the coach might even hit the road if he's not careful. You understand? Another thing again.
I just want to ask you, the problems there, are they tactical in nature, that is a change of style? Or is it because there was a change of style and you had a different type of player there, and maybe for one reason or another, they're not buying into the style?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll say also other players they were biased, you know, in terms of after Rulani left, because you can see some players are not really playing their role. You know what Mokwena can do. You know, we know him. And this season, I haven't really seen the Mokwena of last season. You understand? The couple players basically you can see they're not really the players that we know that they were. So that on its own it also sabotaged the coach, you know, in terms of him implementing his type of play.
And another thing with the coach as well, this also two ways. I kind of feel like he's being a manager of the team. The relationship with the squad, it doesn't seem as I hate to compare, but when you're looking at the Rulani with the players, you could see there was a very good and solid relationship. I think you need to work on solidifying the relationship with the players, because that looks a bit broken. You understand? So he's not a bad coach at all. He's not. He's been there with Pitso. We know he's not a bad coach. But I kind of feel like his relationship with the players now, he's also trying to please everybody by playing certain people that haven't really, who don't really deserve to actually be there. You understand? So there are good players that actually I think he should stick with them. But because of he wants to please a lot of people, in terms of getting the team. But so I kind of feel like it's making him struggle to get the team going, and that seemed to, if we're not careful enough, it might continue to the next game, because this was like a must-win game for us. Because if you look at our group, this is the weakest team in the group. Look at ASFA, look at Raja. So imagine from the get-go, from the first half till second half, we didn't look like we were going to score. You understand? So that honest one for me was a red flag. You get what I'm saying? We didn't seem like we were going to score. I like what you said first, that we have so many ball players in the squad. And I'm not sure if he's aware of that, but forcing Shalulile into the game now, we love him. He's our main guy, he's our legend. But I think it's about time we also let go. Not really necessarily, but it's about the time we give other guys a chance to prove themselves.
For time, Pilane.
That's basically my.
For time, Pilane, I want to jump in. I don't know if I'm frozen all the way, but as long as you guys can hear me, let me go to Uprati. Prati.
La utizo jambra
Khwaliwa go Prati. Khwaliwa.
Ko ba ebileng ba ile ba re go na le jara tse supa tsa kgora, go na le jara tse supa tsa tlala, ba tlogele ba le ke nako a bona gore ba le batho. Nna ke nagana gore bothata ko Sundowns ha ke tsebe gore bothata ke eng. I think mentality ya bona na ke tsebe gore ever since ba tshameka le Chiefs, a di sa le Sundowns e heletsa go tshameka bolo kgatlhanong le Kaizer Chiefs. I've been following them after that game. No game.
Yeah, Prati. Come back, Prati. What happened there? Prati, request more happy. Let me go to T-Bag. Hey, while we get Prati back, T-Bag.
Let's stand up.
Man, T-Bag. Tell me about this game and the situation, T-Bag. Mina, ngizobantu bayakhala man.
Na i-Sundowns izohlezi dominant over amanye ama-team. Always izohlezi dominant. But the thing is, into ye-Sundowns, I felt ukuthi iqale kudala and the wheels were going to come off at some stage, yabo.
Yeah.
Because you cannot have coaches ayi-3, omunye uzoba yi-assistant, omunye aba yi-third assistant. Labantu banama-ego. They worked kuma-career wabo, kuma-previous teams wabo, bawina something nabo. Okay, never mind Steve. Yabo. But ama-ego azohlezi akhona lapho, and I don't feel ukuthi this is the time ukuthi okay, the wheels have fallen off, but kunento eyenzakele, ama-player athande uRulani, and yet uRulani akasekho. They are not responding to uManqoba. And if abafuna ukuresponda, they will never respond. Yabo. There was a fan who was saying ukuthi lo Tebogo Mokoena esimbone esquadini akafani nalo esimbone kwi-final. And I can agree to that. Yabo. So I feel ukuthi namanye ama-player laphaya asayiniwe and they are just ama-sparring partners. Yabo. And they do feel like that, I think. Yabo. So i-Sundowns izosayina, but they will never refresh a team. And bayasayina sometimes to eliminate competition. Ukuthi okay, we do have this player on our side, but uzodlala amagame ayingaki. Bona bazoba dominant, but mekufika phambili creativity ayikho, abanayo creativity yaphela, yabo. So
mina ngicela ukubuza, is Coach Manqoba empowered by the team? And I mean it ngokuthi, is it a case yokuthi some of these players may feel as though they can go on strike, they cannot perform, allegedly, they can't do those things, and bazi ukuthi no, iklabu angeke imbheke uManqoba that way, so bakhona misbehavior because it doesn't have power. Maybe?
Okay. OT kunento so kunama player vele, it's not a fluke ukuthi base squatting. And the Sundowns may bega to lose those players because of responding to uManqoba, it's risky for them. So I feel ukuthi if uManqoba ufuna ukulentuza ukuba ne team aga accept introduce lama player wakhe slowly, abadlalise le bhola lifunayo, and then laba akungasabakhe let team iba release or ibathengise to overseas teams, yabo. Even though Sundowns siyazi ukuthi iyasha, they are scared to do that, angeke bavuma ukwenza into efana naleyo, yabo. But I feel ukuthi he needs to stick to his guns and adlalise lama player afeel ukuthi azoresponda to lento ayifunayo, because le back and forth nani kuzogcine kuba enye into like wena uRulani athi ufuna elakhe ibench, and ufuna xoshwe labantu laba bahire i-team futhi. So I feel nje ukuthi kuzohamba isikhathi lapho, because nakhona if uManqoba kaletha ama results, they need to do what they did to Rulani futhi.
Okay. Keep back for time's sake.
How I feel.
For time's sake, I'm gonna jump in.
It's cool.
Let me bring in Prati. I cut you there before I go to agent. Prati, I cut Prati, agent. Let me just let him in quickly. Prati, nantobu aban.
Hore ke tsitse ke defense tsa Sundowns ha ba ke bolela ka team ya bo brauti bothata ko Sundowns ke nagana gore Manqoba for now le ene schemes are today man I think o se fusitsa ke ipotsa gore why a qadile ka bo Safedra or ga ke mang player ele a le khwae a le Mosimane le Safedra why a qadile ka bo side na re side se o nine Sundowns go etsegetseng ka Reina so o injured or dintsha ngwana sa thome ka team ele ya maloba mistake ke gone mo Manqoba ke go bolela ke gore o lebella di team gore o ke manima eso a ka re itse at least ane la clean go se tona go tsenya bo tebogo na go tsenya team se go tlaleng ka shone malo but ka gore ke manima o bona fela gore ai ba ke go bala tlhalla matsogo ke tsenya bo Saavedra ke tsenya bo Salisi gore ga ke bo madi players tsa bona eyes. But for now Sundowns Manqoba ncedile ene go bua nnete o under pressure because of o lositse MTN 80 no tswa go losa go final, so now wa bona gore o thomile go losa game ya ntlha home game e le gore tshwanetse ka be le gore ka batho tse 3 points because ha tsebe gore go etsagalang ha ka ya go ha ka ya go Congo, but no yana o under pressure go bua nnete plus le go le ba shebile gona le go go ha te ke mang Vert ha te ke mang le go ga ngu nthuse ka
Fleming back
gona le go ka go le ba shebile o ba shebile ka go how is a perform yala. I think if aska win league or aska win Champions League, I think Manqoba ncita ayo last go Sundowns the way le gore o seta scheme ka teng, but then I don't think o that bad ke nagana gore bo arrogant ba gago ke bone bo mmalayang le plan hana. I think hana le plan B because of ha team defender ka re hana plan o force gore ayo why de wa bona, so ke mathata go Sundowns.
Hey Prati jale o ilukisa jwang ka gobane season e telle man?
Sheba ene sa ga go tshwanetse a boele hela ko tshwanetse a boele ko drawing board ya go batla gore sene ba se dira le Pitso Mosimane gore ba dominate mo CAF ba etsa jwang, cause na le teng ke nagala go Manqoba na le teng ha nako ele ka bo Pitso Mosimane ne ba dira ha ba go ina ke na ntse a le teng se ne ba se dira se sentle o tshwanetse a boele ko a yo go lebella gore okay ne retsa so a le go rotate squad too much ka se rotate squad ko leaking but a nne le like strong squad se le gore tsa go compete le every team ile ha le go ronya ka go ina Champions League because of no yana and the team wa bona gore go Champions League kwa bo ala so ba win ke la gore se ke check the result ba collect the points and ke mathata go a go pele mara ke nagana gore and we go qualify la di quarter final but ke winning ye.
Okay, no, Prati. Thank you, Hukena. Let me go to Agent. Oh, damn if you're king, a rock and a hard place.
OT, even under Coach Neskins, never have ever said a coach should be fired. It's not in me to say a coach should be fired.
Yeah.
Even Ten Hag, I defended him. You know that. It's not me. Even Mulifinteki, I defended him. Even Bruce, until people believe in Bruce, I defended Bruce.
Yeah.
But Mangoba, I know Kwanakala, Gawe Kiri, Akala Lidumsa, and Ledumsa. And I really come a Muslim when in Gary Akala Mazo, Sharia law. Kahorubana, Hayado Kamuso, Paikel, Flaming, Hisaku now. Flaming player will be capable in aiding and beating matter.
Yeah.
Bana holo ati bolo khotling lo gona le bana ba holo ba ne ba bana le talente ya maka. Gore maka bone na entertain ba holo ga ba le mo le khotling. Gore ne ba re tso ba no bitso bo tege ke motho o maka ka pelo a go yotlhe.
Yeah.
Me maka go le monate. So Mangoba get tege nye go go Mangoba o re bolella gore no now I know how to win MTN 8 I won MTN 80 go Golden Arrows. Still is happened. No, I know how to win local cups. My case happened. We know CAF is our bread and butter. What is this? Go a bona monna o na le talente ya go bua maka. Ke tege. Ha o tlekere ha no kgonagala nka bo kere a segelelwa a ne le dimpsa.
Yeah.
So na ke tlhapa diatla ke tshwara le monna a tshwara a bitsa go te Pontus Pilar ke tlhapa diatla ke re mmapoleng. You will never hear me defend Mangoba because this was criminal. This was criminal. You lose a final. You lose a final. You lose a final. You know, OT, this game reminded me of Polokwane City.
Yeah.
But Polokwane City, this was the same game. You know, I think people don't know that I got in a horrific accident, you know, and I can't walk without a caretaker on me, you know. So I went to the stadium, I can't sit for 2 hours in a chair. So I was like, you know what? I don't think fans will be there, so let me go and be fan number 57. And your notification, the boy is the small tail between your legs. That's a boy. That's what you call a boy. But anyways, I'm coming. So now, I can't stay for 2 hours in a chair, but I went there to support my team, you know, and I defended the guy for 1 hour, defending Mangoba, and I'll be defending him from day one, you know, and he brings out this nonsense. And you can't tell me that you bring this team and for 70 minutes, you don't make a substitution. You think the team is playing well. You know, when it reached 80 minutes, I told my caregiver, you know what, take me home. I know it's the last 10 minutes. I want to go home. Because I could see that there was nothing to watch. So for me, what I'm saying is, he must go. If he was an honorable man, he should resign. Because he doesn't have a tactic, he doesn't have anything. How do you afford to not go back and have a rebound? This is what we call a rebound game. You need to play your strongest team so that we can get confidence. You know. So for me, all I'm saying is he must go. Thank you.
I don't even want to ask questions because AJ, when agent goes into the Tswana, that deep Tswana, you let him cook. Hey, I hope you're feeling better, my brother. You. I never thought I'd see this. I never thought I'd see the day. Let me go to Shembe. Shembe. Hey. Hey.
Real death, this one. Hayi Mr. Uthi angiyazi into engiyibonile namhlanje.
Where?
Uyangizwa uthi?
Ngiyakuzwa.
Angiyazi into engiyibonayo la. I'm lost for words. Such a lack of urgency. Senior players not pitching up. Absent-minded. Ngathi bacabanga ukuthi ema-crave mebafika endlini bazotholana. Kuthi lasagna namhlanje, uripapa nomrogo, uribasha ama-shrimp endlini, awanda ubhekene umama ekhaya. Akunamuntu ofocus ebholeni. Noma singathi Mr. OT, ama-tactics ashintshe ngalo ndlela ezexaka abadlali. But you must still show your 110%. You must still show up. You must still pitch up. You must still look like you're trying. And it doesn't look like these boys are trying. And angazi if it's the effects of ukuthi coach uthanda ukuba nonchalant, like, hey, nothing bothers me. I'm a Zulu guy, I'm a Ngoba guy. Nothing bothers me, nothing, you know, I'm chilled. I'm just I'm just a chilled guy. Umangoba loyo. And I don't know if that's filtering down to the players. Because these boys they're not even fighting for the second ball. They're not stringing passes to even never string a pass. It's ping pong. It's ping pong. There's no sense of Woodsy. There's this particular target that we have in mind. There's a particular end goal to these passes. Bros are just passing for the sake of, because they ball and no pass. I see net ball for now. If Pitso yo. I think Nami, I'm getting to the point where ngasho ukuthi if uManqoba uyavaya kusasa, he did it to himself. If uManqoba manje mesingashaya ilokhunjane yakhe i-quarterly bayibizana lento yabayishaya ngama-quarter njaya.
Performance review.
Performance review yakhe ye-quarter. Based on how we released the previous manager, how would we grade this man? He's failed. He's failed. And it doesn't look like it's improving. And ngeke ukuthi kufuneki overhaul ngemali yakabani. Kufuneki overhaul abavayabo ngemali yakabani. You are hired because ukhuluma isilungu serious lapha officeini. Wathi no my G, I can do this. I'm the man. Yekani ubheni yimi nja yegame bafethu.
Kibo, I work well under pressure.
I even work weekends, boss. So now, I even work weekends. So nonchalant. Vele yimbe ngicula shaka boom boom boom. Wabafana ngikhuthaza amajita. Shaka boom boom boom. Hey. But le ngibona vandag. Hayi ngeke.
So what you're saying is it's about time.
It's about time. It's about time, Oti. I have a coach. This is not going to get better. How are we going to play away? And I'm a place South Africa soft. So figure kanjani kada. Maybe slalisa kuma 3-star hotel gcwele amaphele eroomini.
Can I ask something, Shembe? Results aside, when you look at the context of everything, was Manqoba going to succeed? How do I put it? Did they? Is there a little bit of throwing under the bus here? Because what we're speaking about are things that maybe the club should have spoken or thought of. The relationship between him and the players, the new style that he's trying to introduce, how that works, the relationship between him and management and how maybe players look at him, the timing of the change, Rulani. Yeah, are these things working together? Yeah, I'm trying to find out if maybe, man, it's a rock and a hard place anyway.
Yeah, but even if it's a rock in a hard place, man, ultimately I'll always go back to the idea of when you maybe a vacant position, bafethu as applying ufaka i-CV yakho libula ucavu ukuthi isimo sime kanjani la. So it's not like it's a surprise. You've been there for so many years. So anything that's happening there, you're already aware of by the time usfaka kule position where utsi no bafethu, I'm your guy. So we can't necessarily not put blame on Mangoba's doorstep. He's got a huge role to play in this, young Tony. Because why are players switching off all of a sudden? Like Kolum Chitokulumila to Humda was the best right back in Africa. But he looks like a shell of himself this season. Kekana has not even been selected in the national team. Mudiba is looking like he's lacking confidence. Uzofaka bo Sivred mega kichimu pega pants. Angazi if he posture yake ushangale posture weirdly yalezi phone. Look up, my dog. Look up, my dog, man. Play with your chest, man. Play like you have some confidence. Play like you belong at Mamelodi Sundowns. This is not a charity team. We need confidence in these boys, and they don't have any of that, and it's sad, man. Mina ngithi akahambe uthi akavaye Manqoba. It was great while it lasted. Yeah, it was great while it lasted. I hope ngoba Motsepe abuyile South Africa ubuye ukuzofaka ama-letter wokuvaya. Ngimbonile bathatha ithombe lapha e-airport afike. I hope uzotype abo and it has come to our yabo. I hope utype abo due to unforeseen circumstances. Ashabo kindly regards aba serious, Mr. Oti. Isikhathi sokushaya kindly regards are serious. Don't call us, we'll call you. Thank you, Oti. So
Okay. Hey, Ziawa. Let me let in the Soweto chat, then I'll give you guys my thoughts and we'll get into getting ready for the Pirates game now. It's going to be happening at 9 o'clock. Soweto chat, yay. Hey, Ziawa, man.
Ngithanda maganja uthi. Ngithanda maganja. Lovely. I wish if this can happen each and every after 2 weeks or monthly, man. Kodwa ngishilo uthi yakhumbula after le game ukuthi hayi confusion, yes confusion. Bheka manje umudawa akekho yabona ama player amaningi chinchiwe, i-strategy chinchile. Confusion kuphela lena uthi I think uManqoba is under pressure and uba emotional kakhulu. I suspect ukuthi he said something to the players after the game, of which maybe they spoke back and he said no, I'm gonna change my lineup yabo. And yeah, izomlimaza lento le. Confuse the team, confusing naye going forward. I don't think they will perform with the CAF Champions League, and I mean, I'm happy about that. I'm not gonna lie. But it's born ukuthi kwenzakalani. But I think there's gonna be like even ama fans are divided. They don't know. Abanye bafuna urulani, abanye bathi hayi uright. Ngiyabona namhlanje no agent hayi. I never saw this coming from agent.
Never saw it.
I thought I was gonna defend Manqoba. But I don't know if baqosha uManqoba bazofaka abantu. But I think Steve Kompela man. Abamzami.
Hire from within futhi.
Abasheshe no Williams kancane isibone ukuthi but that's all I'm gonna say. I mean, I'm happy as the other side. Jabule kakhulu ngapha makhosi for life.
Hey, tonight this thing, hey, no matter what happens tomorrow, it's burning somewhere else. Kumnandi today, we get to sit back. No, Mara, let me do this. I want to jump in. Maybe now we'll have the real conversation. I think Coach Manqoba was stepping into a situation that maybe, I don't know if it's the club, if it's him, whoever, they didn't think this through. Remember months ago here when we had the conversation about when you bring in somebody from within who was head coach at some time, co-head coach, and then you decided to demote him, number one. You promoted somebody else, promoted person, we know that they don't get along. We know that promoted person is very strong, has a very strong bond with these players, and has tried to make sure that there's a separation between him and who said former co-head coach. And now you get rid of Rulani, not necessarily because of performance problems. And you go and promote Ukai again that was sitting on the bench. In fact, Rulani had driven out our coach Steve, had brought in his own people, had done all of that stuff. What type of effect is that going to have on the coaching going forward? And when I was having this conversation, people didn't want to have the convo, but I feel as though Coach Manqoba is in a damned if he does, damned if he doesn't type of situation, because on top of everything that happened, you have to try and get players on side. You don't have time to institute your own style of play. You don't have the same leeway, maybe. And I have so many questions of Sundowns right now where I'm going, does he even have the said power of a head coach in the back? Because there was a time when he was playing his own players and maybe willing to go out on his own sword. Now, when these players come out and they play for him or have to play for him on the pitch, do they also think to themselves, Manqoba is not the guy, Natis has. Guys, remember, Rulani made some big moves. Ahly were moved out of the club. When Ahly had held down his Sundowns for a very long time, very vocal players. Remember when Ahly were doing what they were doing, he had the power to move them out. He had the power to bench players that were bought and not play them. Does Manqoba have the same thing? And what happens when they walk onto the pitch and they have to play for that man? Will they play for him? The other problem is that Manqoba is stepping into a place where there's already a divide in the fan base. Rulani, for all intents and purposes, did nothing wrong last season, outside of maybe losing that semi-final and losing the finals to Pirates. But in terms of play, you can't say that the performance was bad. So when I asked the question months ago that when they come out and play this season, right, what are the goals for Coach Manqoba? What does it mean? What does a bad job mean for Manqoba? What is a fireable job? What is he meant to do this season? I was asking because now, if you don't have a mandate, everything becomes a sword, everything becomes an arrow, everything becomes an axe, everything becomes a hammer. Oh, you lost to Stellenbosch, hammer. You lost to Polokwane, hammer. You lost to Makesi in the final, hammer. You've now had your first game in the Champions League where you've drawn, it's a hammer. Everything becomes something that you can hit with when you go into a situation like this. That's why I hear Manqoba did a lot of things wrong in this game. I agree. Even just from the starting lineup, you could tell that this is not a game that Mamelodi Sundowns was going to necessarily win. All of the ball players you had on the pitch, Sales, we know he's not a striker. He likes to drop back. Ribeiro, we know he's not a striker. He's the 10. Allende, we know that he's more of an 8. Saavedra looked like he was just willing to sit on the side. Korisang is not a striker. He's more of maybe even a 6'8", 6-ish 8, if you could put him there. Who was meant to score in this game? We're seeing a low block issue that has plagued Mamelodi Sundowns for a very long time, where they get to the front, they start playing wide, all of the players start vacating the middle, even though they got their best chances from playing centrally. Guys, I hope that you can still hear me. I know that I might be skipping a little bit. I apologize for that. We know that a lot of these players have not played in a Champions League type situation or have not played in a pressure cooker situation that comes from having lost the final to Imakesi. There were questions about fatigue and all of those type of things that played Rulani even himself towards the end. Now we are seeing that coming to a head again. And I will ask the question that I asked you guys years ago, months ago. when I asked a simple question, Guti, bringing in Mangoba and changing the style of play and doing all those things, have you addressed the problems that Mamelodi Sundowns had, or are you just trying to do something different again for no apparent reason? This Sundowns team again looks weak towards the last 30 minutes of a game, where players will get chances, where teams will get chances, where teams will play, where it will become ping pong, it will become a tennis match. Can you afford to do those things over and over and over again? That's what happened to Rulani in games of consequence. This is what is happening to Coach Mangoba very early in the season. So have you addressed the issue? And when you bring in Mangoba, is it an adequate enough change to the things you've seen problems with? To bring in somebody who was part and parcel of the same team that couldn't win the Champions League, part and parcel of the same team that lost to Ahly Belouizdad, part and parcel of the same team that had the same issue here. What are you going to change at this point? Are you just creating more problems for Mangoba in terms of what's going to be expected from him in these games? Gate, what are we speaking about here? So for me, I feel like Sundowns was at a crossroads when Rulani was let go, where they needed to either sweep clean or you'll be stuck with some of these same problems. You can't tell me that the coach needs to hug players and go and speak to people's wives. You can't tell me that a coach like that has to do that unless that coach doesn't have enough power to enforce whatever he needs to enforce. And now you've created a secondary issue on top. So guys, I don't know, but anyway, guys, we're going to go into the Pirates game. We're going to go into the Pirates game now. Mamelodi Sundowns, of course, drawing 0-0 with Maniem Union. Hey, minangsazi, guys. Lapagu Sundowns gulit, but we will speak about these matches properly on Thursday. Tomorrow we're going to be watching the Chiefs game. We're about to go into the Pirates game right now. Pirates versus CR Belouizdad. Let me just kill a couple of minutes. I'll let in some people to have a chat, people who haven't spoken yet, to have a chat with me here. Apologies, guys, if I'm skipping, but as long as you can hear me and you can hear the panel, I'm good. Then we're going to go directly into the Pirates game, and I'll give you all of the stats around Pirates and CR Belouizdad and who they're playing and all of that stuff. Papa Sejo, I want you to jump in and speak to me about this Mamelodi Sundowns before we get into Pirates. Where do you sit on this whole situation? Welcome.
He must just go. I think his timing was bad, and the problem with Mangoba is too arrogant. And then I understand there's a different management style, but when it comes to him, I think it's his way or the highway. So, like someone said it well. That Urulani, he was more like a brother to them and stuff. I mean, Mangoba, you can tell, is that and this strict father. Is that strict father? Doesn't matter how you do well, he'll always seek for mistakes from you. So I mean, and unfortunately, like, he doesn't have time to try and get his own team, players that will listen to him. He doesn't have time. I don't think Sundowns supporters have that patience. To allow him to build his own team, his own cabal. When you are coaching it as a team like a team of Sundowns caliber, you don't have time. You don't have time.
Yeah.
From the word go, you must operate. You must. They want the results. You don't have time. They are not patient like Chiefs. I know Chiefs is a big team, but they are not patient like Chiefs, where we will give you enough time to build and stuff. Now we are used to pain. We are used to pain.
Yeah.
Try to pay the and will still be behind our team and coaches. And now we give you a long rope. So, but Sundowns, I don't think they are prepared to do that. The best thing for him is to resign. Because of even if he can volunteer to step down, they will simply say, no, you don't have a place here. I can guarantee now they are busy writing. You know that the email amicably. The
Yeah.
moment you hear this word amicably, you must know you are being fired. Ahona amicably asilo. Wabona.
Mara, can I ask, Papa Tebo? Can I ask, are we being unfair to Mangoba in the sense of man nakibona karaki PR? Kaubani Rulani had his favorites. He excommunicated Bochali, Libo Sirino. He was very hard on some of the players and not so hard on some of the others. There were internationals that were brought in that he didn't want to play, apparently, because straight up he told Abo Fleming that I don't want to play these players that you've brought. Why are you signing these players? Man, are we? How important is the marketing of all of this? Because now it feels like, man, karaki marketing, man. Ushataka marketing, 21st century marketing.
You know, Rulani was very smart. I mean, ask yourself, why? You remember the other time they were sharing the position, Rulani with Mangoba. But why did they choose Rulani over Mangoba? There's a reason for that. You understand? I mean, there are things that we don't know that are happening behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that we will assume that Urulanu officite Mangoba. It's not the case. They could tell, they can see the relationship between the coaches and the players, and which I doubt that Rulani, Mangoba has with the players. He knew, like I remember you even said it, Kantik. He knew that position is like it's burning, but still he decided to take it. I mean,
Can I be a conspiracy theorist, Tanyan?
Yeah.
And maybe Luna, you'll understand it later. Fleming, I think Fleming is letting these guys hang themselves out to dry.
I also think that.
I think he's killing two birds.
What is plan B?
No.
What is his plan B?
Do you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking he knew Rulani was a problem. So he was like, okay, give Rulani the head coaching job. It's fine. There'll come a time where the club is going to have to choose between me and him. Rulani out of the way. Mangoba, who maybe still has a lot of power because of the time he's been at Mamelodi Sundowns. So give him the head coaching job. In a couple of months' time. But
do you think he will do that, like sacrificing the team? I mean, remember Urulani, they just let him go, but he was still winning. Let's be honest. I don't want to count that one of Pirate because those things happened. But the fact that he didn't win the CAF, I think, is the one that cost him his job.
There's a behind the scenes thing I know, but yeah. Balwane, with that man. Balwane, they both wanted control, basically. But anyway.
Yeah. But anyway, let's see.
Okay.
But I don't see this guy plays. I mean, I don't see this guy coach more than 3 games, including the one of today.
Okay. Guys, let's get into Pirates. Pirates is about to kick off. The last thing I'm going to say about Sundowns. I'm not saying that Fleming Berg is bad. I'm not saying that he should be fired. I'm not saying any of that stuff. But look at the club as a whole, man, and you'll see. Look at the club as a whole and you'll see. Oh, okay. This is alleged. Allegedly behind the scenes. Essentially what happened was that it came to a head where Fleming is trying to run the club. So Fleming is the technical director, for those who don't know. He was the guy who basically is meant to hold the future of the club in his hands and go forward there, right? And then, obviously, I did a video a long time ago, before anything came out, to say that Mamelodi Sundowns is moving towards a crossroads. And the crossroads is that Chairman Klopi wants to move the club into the future. The club has always been a bottom-up club, so from the coach upwards. And then what they're trying to do is change the club to go from the top down. So Pitso created the structure, ran the club, and did all those things. Now they're trying to go the other direction. Now the issue is that you have to now fight between Do you go with the old way of doing it, which is obviously Rulani, how they were running it? Rulani would have wanted a lot of control similar to what Pitso has, or do you let your technical director have the power? That is where the clash came. So the club has essentially chosen a way to go, but the problem is that you've chosen a way to go that still has remnants of Coach Pitso, Coach Pitso's team, Boba Ngoba and all of those guys. There has to come a point where you change things. So, I mean, I'm just saying again, I understand what's happening, but then let's not discount other people that are involved in these things in this. I feel like Ngoba has been hung out to dry a little bit, especially since I don't think he didn't want the head coaching job. The point of Ngoba still being at Sundowns was that he was going to move into a new position. His agent had called it a new position, where he was going to be closer, not a coach, but closer to the back. And now he ended up at the top. Think about Kevin Johnson going from technical director all the way to thingy. But anyway, hey, Masidi Agelezo, we'll speak about it later. 209, if you're going to watch CR Belouizdad and Pirates, and then SABC 1, I believe it is. If you want to watch it for free, sabcsport.com or SABC Plus app or the SABC Sport Facebook pages, if it's not being showed. Orlando Pirates comes into this game 7 games into the league with 7 wins. Orlando Pirates has lost, I believe, 1 game to Imakesi in the season so far, if I'm not mistaken. This is all the games included, both disciples. They've won the MTN 8. They've done all of those things. And in their last 5 games, they have 4 wins and 1 loss. The 1 loss being versus Makesi. Last time out, they won 1-0 on the 5th of November versus Richards Bay. CR Belouizdad Shem is struggling. Oh, they're struggling where they are, Shem. Number 12 in the league in Algeria. 8 games played, 2 wins, 4 draws, 2 losses. They've only scored 7 goals and they've conceded 5. And they've only got 10 points from those 8 games. 10 points from possible 24. In their last 5 games, they have 2 wins, 2 losses, and a draw. Last time out was the 3-1 win versus MC Alger on the 20th of November. Pirates' starting lineup, of course, has Chain in goal. CBC Sesane Hoto, Munyane Makaula Mbata, Mfukeng Tito Nkota, and Umahopa. That is the starting lineup for Orlando Pirates. Then when we go to Belouizdad, let's speak about Belouizdad. Their starting lineup has Zegba in goal. They have Benguit, Suyad, Haded, Benayada, Mbe, Selmi, Meziane, Busuf, Slimani, and Laufi as the front 2. And of course, we know on the bench, man, Konalo Mfana wasemzansi, Ukanyisa Mayo, who finds himself on the bench for that team. He's been speaking a lot about if he were to come back to South Africa, where he'd go. And he's spoken about the club of his father, Patrice Mayo, where he's saying that he'd come back to Chiefs. Let's see what Orlando Pirates can do. Look, we've spoken a lot about Orlando Pirates and the change that they've made this season, where they were speaking about, where last season, Pirates was a very dangerous team with a lot of chances, going and trying to kill you, but they were lacking a bit of consistency. And what they've done this season is that they've sort of slowed down a little bit. They're not playing as frantic of a football, as fast of a football, but they're able to play a mature football. They hold the ball, they score their 1 goal, they go home. This, of course, has brought about conversations about whether Pirates is getting ready to basically play Champions League type football, because we all know African football is not pretty, it's not possession, it's not triangles, it's grinding. And Pirates has been teaching themselves how to grind. Now, Pirates, of course, are sitting between a rock and a hard place of their own, because you'd want to do well in the Champions League, but this might be a window to go out and win the league for the first time in a very long time. So I don't believe that Pirates can do both of those things. But they are a different team this year. We are seeing Abo Nkota, Nabo Mfukeng really raising up their hands, Nabo Sesane, and Nabo Mbata, the new players, the newer players that have come into this, really raising their hands for Pirates. So let's see what they're able to do. People are saying that TS Galaxy is winning 3-0 versus Kukune. Yeah, guys, the new manager pounds. So yeah, let's see what Pirates does. Makupa is on the pitch. which is interesting because they are going to look for that. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Gotcha. As I was about to speak about the role that Makgopa is going to play, there we go. Orlando Pirates. Not wasting any time. 4 minutes in, 1 goal. Orlando Pirates is already leading. It's CR Belouizdad in their first game of the Champions League in a very long time. The Champions League, guys, not Confed. The Champions League, please. But yeah, Orlando Pirates leading through that point quarter because of Makgopa. I was going to say, what you've seen from Pirates is that they really are allowing Nkota and Mfukeng to run in behind. So whoever is the striker is usually dropping in. And when you have Makgopa, you have a chance to play a ball and win the first ball. We win the first ball, at least create enough confusion so that when the ball drops, they go score. So Makgopa is going to be playing similar to how he plays for bafana, where he drops back in, wins that ball, or at least gets them to go forward. So, hey, what a start from Orlando Pirates. What a start from Orlando Pirates. How do they see out the rest of this game? This is going to be very interesting. Pirates leading 1-0. Yay. Pirates. Aye. Pirates is going at this game very hard. So yeah, I expect to see a lot of runs that are going diagonal. This is what, it's almost like Jose has created 2 Salengs with Nkota, Nomfukeng, going inside and running inside. So yeah, we will see. I think the only problem with this lineup is that it kind of takes Tito out of the game. So I don't expect Tito to be as influential. He's going to be more of an 8 than a 10 in these type of games. But let's see how it pans out. Makgopa already showing his worth. Hey, say what you want about Makgopa, guys. Say what you want about Makgopa, but he's effective, man. He's effective. Will Pirates press that button more than once? Let's see. Because Makgopa also tends to go missing during games and try to go wide and start doing weird things because they don't play that route 1 ball that much. But let's see. Pirates on the attack again. Now Tito. Ambulance Tembisa is playing in Algeria today. Yebana. Tawena. How's this Coco Melon football? I'm glad you guys changed the meaning of Coco Melon football. But on this show, Coco Melon football meant something completely different. You can even see how they play their hunger for goals. Pirates, Tugutugo Khanye is happy wherever he is, says Bafana. Q-Boy says, what did I say about this showboating team? Which showboating team? The combo Mfukeng and Nkota says, Unkabi is hot. Paga says Lirato. Who scored? It was Nkota who scored. This is how it's done, says Bafana. I've seen Kotatiski challenge as Papa Tseho. Pirates, Rulani says Pirates is on hot form. No, they are. You can't take that away from them. Pirates is playing very well. Has been playing very well. There's that thing. You see, if they don't play the route 1 ball, Makgopa goes wide. And I don't know what Makgopa is doing wide when Pirates is in attack because he's not as effective, man. That's the only problem that I have with Makgopa on the pitch. But you see, winning those balls is what he does. Aerial threat, well, aerial, what do they call them? Aerial duels. He wins them a lot. So I don't understand it when he has to go all the way back. Nah. Cross it back. Oh. Nani Naval nonchalant. 8 minutes in. It is 1-0. Pirates almost punished there. They lost the ball very high. Pirates is a big team. Don't tell us about depth, please. It's easy to speak about that now. Rulani was floating at the beginning of the season last year. You don't need depth at that time. But then at the end of the season, you start hearing the complaints. So I don't want to say Pirates is going to go through the same thing, but this is still the easier part. And maybe they did themselves a favor by getting out of that curling knockout as well, to be honest, because Pirates luckily has been rested since the 5th of November. That was the last time we saw Pirates play. Also, Makgopa tends to drop very, very deep. I saw it versus TS Galaxy. Yeah, Butlali, it becomes that thing, Yaure. It's almost like he doesn't fit into the team. That's why I was speaking about, more specifically, him and Tito. Somebody has to switch off when they both play. So if you're going to play Makgopa, you have to play the long, direct route one balls, or else Makgopa goes missing. When you start putting the ball on the ground, his positional awareness or where he goes is interesting because he doesn't get into the box like that. I don't know about more guys. I don't know about two guys. Belouizdad. I don't know about more, man. No. Anyway, Nkota is playing very well. Saleng has a lot of work to do to get his place back. Sometimes I feel like for Saleng, because there was a time where Pirates changed the way that they play a little bit as well. And in that change of play, it kind of took Saleng away. There was a point where Saleng was playing a traditional wing back. He was dropping very deeply, and that took away his one big thing, and that's his pace. That took away his big threat, you know. So I feel for him because I think Pirates is playing more of a Saleng type game now, but Nkota is just taking the chance with both hands, you know. I don't know, Slimani, man, where did he play? He was an international player. Where did Slimani play? Okay, let's see. You see how Tito plays, says Q-Boy. Pumuzo says we're big. We are big. There's still Bo Saleng, Tim and Da. The list goes on. We missed this kind of football. Buhlali says Kilikosi Mara Pirates plays beautiful football. Andres says I see a 3-0 to Pirates. Kasi Flavor in Algeria says Pumuzo. Karizo says Pirates is Dala Sharp Marake Bonakoti. Play it, please. Oh, Bonakoti. Okay, let's see. Bonakoti. I see the 40. We talked about the center back. It's a very weak team. They just started winning a few weeks back. I think what's going to be interesting is Usbisi. Usbisi is going to be very interesting in this game. I don't want to speak too much about Belouizdad. I don't necessarily watch them much, but there we go. Oh, there we go. You can't get into Tibang now, guys. You can't get into that. Yo, defensive Pirates. Okay, Kumo, atlo ibitsa ka libitso lele, man. Pirates play actually well suited for the CAF Champions League. Let's see, because they've also changed the way that they play. I hope Mangoba's watching. My team is playing, says top tier. Leicester City says Uvelile. Yeah, Slimani, I was at Leicester City, ne? Makaula, Kikasi Flavor. What a save from Chain. Let's see. There's your counter. Play him through. There's your counter. Nkota. Hey. Nachi Lomo Lemekutso Re Nkota struggles to finish. Oh, maybe you should have played it across there. Shot. Take your chances or you're going to be punished, Pirates. Take your chances or you're going to be punished. Orlando Pirates. Oh, Nkota. Oh, hey, every time Nkota goes through now, I think of what Malume Kutso said. Uru boy needs like 5 chances in order to score 1 goal. Ooh, Nkota. Okay, let's see. Makaula. OT, please tell me, my brother, do you think Nda and Sesane combo is better? I like Nda and Sesane. Here's the only issue with Nda. If you have Nda on the pitch, Nda becomes the playmaker. And you start losing Abom Fouquet. So if you've seen Pirates' goal here, it came from a quickish transition. When Nda's on the pitch, he tends to hold the ball a lot and for a very long time. And by the time he needs to play the ball out, he usually plays the ball to the wings. By the time he plays the ball out, it becomes a physical challenge for Umfuke to beat a defender, if that makes sense, and they're set. Pirates' transition should be a lot quicker. They should be playing counter football. But when Nda's on the pitch, they hold the ball. But in terms of defense, Nda is a very good leader of that defense. Nda also, because of the playmaking, takes the pressure off of Chain to have to play the ball out. So either or. I like it when Nda was there, but then they fundamentally change the way that they play when Nda is there. You'll see a lot more Hoto when Nda is on the pitch. PSL teams and finishing. To be serious, this team is playing well, fast football. They don't want to punish early, says Abizwe. What a game. It's Malume Kutso's curse, Belile. Hey, Unkota, Shem. Remember that hat-trick game when he scored 2 goals and he was looking for that hat-trick? Yeah. He tried everything. They're 12th in Nigeria, played, 12th in Algeria. 8 games, 2-1, 4 draws and 2 losses. Yes, they're struggling. They're 12th in Algeria. Kota had finishing problem even in the DDC. Tugu used to fight with him every game. Uchilo, Malume Kutso. Bafana P leading away from home. Papa Jose. Agent says it's weird how the boy in Kota doesn't struggle with the first goal. Yeah, it's the second and the third one. I have to give Malume Kutso credit. He did say it. I have to give him credit for that. Kota, you chipped those. Tito, you placed those. I think Kota should have cut it back. Kota does that a lot where he doesn't cut the ball back. Wrong pass. Oh, you're crossing the ball, Pirates. You see, if there's one thing that irritates me about South African teams, and not Pirates specifically because they're playing very well, but if there's one thing that irritates me about South African teams, so they told you that, no, play the ball long, let Mahupa win the first ball, and then Relay and Nkota will have a better chance to go score. You saw with Sundowns in the game versus Makesi and also in this game. Play the ball centrally, combine center, play a wall pass off of Sales and shoot the ball. They stopped doing the things that they were doing well to start the game off with. Hawali feel is key. So please, man. There we go. Please, can we... Hey. But anyway, Kota, you chip those. I like the way Paris plays as Q-Boy. 20% says, Mara Malume Kutso, you see now. Umushapile Malume Kutso, boy wabatu. Ow. My team, we're leading, we're happy, says Upelega. The Q-Boy says, don't mention my team now, please. Okay, I won't. Sorry. T-Beck says, I'm afraid some of those players are playing the stage, not the game. Korani says, the only difference about this game is that both teams are open and playing, no low block. Chusta says, Mudau, that's called composure. Papa Tsehu says, what a sitter. Yeah. Well, I guess if you're looking for weaknesses with Pirates, honestly speaking, if you're looking for weaknesses with Pirates, you have to look at the left and the right back. So if I was the Belouizdad, I would orientate my attacks to the left and right backs because Umunyane is not that strong defensively after attacking. I see he's a little bit more disciplined now, and maybe the discipline is coming from Nkota actually playing the wing like that, because when you had Abo Saleng, the right back had to essentially play right wing back and right wing. But if you have Nkota there, you don't see Umunyane leaving his position too many times. But that is usually where Pirates suffer a little bit. Another thing that CR Belouizdad could maybe try do is press the defense. CBC has a mistake in him. And Sesane sometimes is not necessarily aware, especially if they're caught by surprise in a counter that happened from high up. So let's see how it's going to play out. But I guess that's what CR Belouizdad has to look out for, or has to try to do to win this game. There has to be a lot of wide play. You're not going to necessarily win it in the middle, you know? But I must give Hoto his flowers. I think he's a lot less attacking. He used to be, oh, okay, there he goes, but he used to be a lot more up the pitch. You had more players in position, okay? But it's true what they say, if you don't dance to the Spanish guitar, you'll suffer. OT, on whose side are you? I'll be patriotic and I'll go with the Pirates and Sundowns when they're out in Africa and Stellies. I'll be patriotic. Watching from Denmark, you say it's a goal before the goal. Sorry, Chust, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we're watching it live. I'm sorry. Tito kicking with his walking stick here, man. I think Pirates is using Makgopa just to distract the defense, to give him Cotton Mufokeng time to punish. I think that's going to hurt Mufokeng and Nkota, to be honest with you. Makgopa would be a lot more useful dragging the center backs than trying to go distract the right back. So he needs to drag the center back, stay central, stay central. The goal came from that. Like if you look at the goal, they followed him into the midfield. Well, they followed him into the more attacking area. He flicked it on. When he flicks it on, the numbers behind Nkota and Mufokeng are too quick for those two left and right backs. And it's often tough for a left or right back to judge that space in between them and the center back. It's easier to mark somebody who's on the outside. But inside, by the time you make the decision to run, he's already gone. So I think Makgopa has to play that role. Bring the center backs out so that the two boys can run in like that in behind. Even if you bring one center back out, because you know there's two players attacking that ball, that space. And it's hard for one center back to look out for that. But if you're seeing Makgopa run on the wing, Shem, what's the point? What's the point of having them on the pitch? If Nkota's coming in centrally, what's the point of having Nkota central? Guys, Kupa the gift, guys. Kupa the gift. I've been here since 6. Kupa the gift, please. Kupa the gift. 65K. And second half, I'll open it up and we'll all be able to speak. 32 minutes in. It is Pirates who took an early lead. Bata must something himself fast. Kota is young not to finish well. That's what he is. Do you think Pirates will survive the whole game with this tempo? Pirates has reverted back to the old Pirates. The Pirates we've seen in the league is a Pirates that scores early and then just sits. They score early and just watch you. You know, that might hurt them in this game, going back and forth like that with Belouizdad. Already, Uraideng has had to make quite a save there. Pirates filled the stadium in Algeria, but Tito still a bit clumsy. Yeah, Malume Kutso. Utito, when Makgopa's on, he goes missing, man. He goes missing, Shem, to be honest with you. I think Makgopa is currently doing is dropping into a false 9 position to leave space behind. Yeah, but he's not disciplined enough to stay in the false 9. He goes to be a false wing. He goes to the side, and then because he's on the side player has to decide what they need to do inside. Oh, you guys are making me use all of my English. Abizwe, Pirates is rushing. They must relax a little bit and play football as usual. Well, there'll come a time to slow down the game. So I'm thinking from around the 40th minute, or let's say 35th minute, you slow it down. You know, it's a critical phase. Linesman. Is there no? Oh, you can't use VAR for these things. But linesman. That ball was in, but I should be switched on. Paris. Okay. Okay, let's see. Belouizdad is growing into the game. They are growing into the game. And look, we've seen this with Paris before. Motaung's Galaxy started playing better. They just made bad decisions up front. So the one thing that everybody hopes for in CAF, or everybody speaks about in CAF, is that if you give away chances versus CAF teams, they tend to take those chances. So we've seen Belouizdad already try force Pirates into a sticky situation. And they continue to do it. That's another situation. That's another question there. It's fine. Whenever they get the ball, they pass and follow. They're too fast, making the players clumsy. Wutlali says, I think what Makgopa is currently doing is dropping into a false nine to leave space in behind. VAR available. Okay. I thought VAR was going to be, but anyway, it wasn't going to do anything. But Tito can hurt these guys. True, but do you have to sacrifice? Not necessarily sacrifice. Do you then bring in a Mabasa? Do you think that a Mabasa would be more effective for Mbatentito, or do you think just as it is right now, Mbatentito should be able to play here? Goal. Yeah! He got the second goal. Oh, he's going to chase a hat trick the whole game now. Oh, Kosiarvi. Oh, back. I hope this time they've spoken to him and they tell him that, relax, a boy. We're not just play the game, the goal will come. Hey, what a goal. Oh, what a goal. So the harder the goal is to score, you'll see how we'll score from there. Remember that screamer that he hit? What a goal. Yeah, what a goal. Yo. Ay, what a goal. Ay. Yes, Piwe, man, ngiyekele. Sina safika ku final, man, last time silana, ngiyekele. I'm not hating. Oh, hey, please, I'm not hating. Nkota, what do you mean? Yeah, this kid, man. No, I'm saying, the last time we saw him score 2 goals, he tried so hard to get that second goal. He could have finished that game that he had 2 goals, and he could have finished with 3 goals and 3 assists in that game. But he started, man, he saw the hat-trick in his eyes. That's what I'm saying. I hope they've spoken to him to say, no, ungajahi too much, Ntwana. Liyazi goal lakho. Make the right decisions, if that makes sense. I'm not to hate, guys. Hey, I'm sorry if you think it's that way. I'm sorry about that. Papa Tsecho says the product of the DDC. Mabizo says good finishing just needs to be patient. It will come. Let's piwe, but Tabi says on your first CAF already you've got a brace. This boy Ping Bag Theory says a short. Q-Boy says, bye-bye guys, I can't sit here while we fail to do this. Hey, Pirates is on this season. You've been pushing for this kind of goals in the PSL. These boys are playing Sezupeño. Give us Kaizer. Please leave us alone, guys. Please leave us alone. We are in our beds sleeping. We are getting ready for tomorrow's game. Please leave us alone. Mnanga kulunge technique. Hey, we're cruising. Oh, Kana. Hey, Mara. Wait. Did I load it?
We are cruising nicely.
are cruising nicely.
I can see what they're doing, what he's doing. I can see it, I feel it. He's cooking.
Got to remember the name says Karafish. We should be 4-0 says Uma Dlagadla. Then we have, if you show both, you substitute same time says Umtanden. Hi! Melal Kibele. Melal Kibele Tito in this game. Melal Kibele. Yeah, we want to see Kasi flavor in Algeria, man. Yeah, sifuna ukubona ambulance. Phela ambulance ina lights. Sifuna ukubona lights, man. They are playing at Stade du 5 Juillet. Yeah, Juillet. Sifuna ukubona lights with ambulance, man. I'm scared of CBC. I told you guys I'm scared of CBC. UCBC is a great defender when things are going wrong, I think. Mara, he's a risk at times, eh? Upodel. Uyamshisa lo mdlalo. Says Wendy. Coco Melon football. Corner taken 81st minute and rest was history. Quarter lit. They say we'll still win the league against Pirates as gift. These boys are football themselves. Okay, see, they are football themselves. This is football. Mangoba must come and learn since age 15. Mangoba is embarrassing us. Says Uzi. Quarters of better. That's Mangoba. Mangoba better hope that Chiefs doesn't win tomorrow, because the only thing that will hide the result that Pirates had is if Chiefs loses tomorrow and Chiefs fans have a meltdown. But if the two Soweto teams win, and I know it's not both Champions League, I'm just saying in terms of the media, Machupa role is crucial, as it says Uskara. Just wow. We don't overrate youngsters, we produce quality youngsters. Oh, he's coaching Mangob. Okay, sorry, agent. I get it. I'm sorry, man. I wiped everything Mangoba out of my mind. You can watch it on sabcsports.com. sabcsports.com, SABC Sport Facebook page, SABC Plus. So if you can watch me here, you can watch it on any of those platforms. They have copyright. I do not have copyright. So I will be banned, and I don't feel like being banned. We're not allowed. I'm not even allowed to play the sounds, just by the way. These back passes not make sure CBC is going to bottle this game. Yamsukela upodlela it's Mbata and Macau. Hayi velile. Angithi makathekiwa or makubakshaya amabhila mina ngithi eboxini ngiyamsaba uSibisi ngiyamsaba. Bisumnandi last 20 minutes mara yabona giving away these fouls doing that. He's an old school defender. Old school defender uSibisi. Unkumbuzo Roy. A little bit more controlled though. Kota's just out of this world, says Rulani. Pirates must use this energy to score more. Yeah, they must score even more. Yeah, SABC 1, 209. I was just giving people the thing. If you're watching me on TikTok, you are able to watch the game for free on SABC sports platforms. BC is that defender that marks and clears the ball from danger. He can't play carpet football. Every time I hear the word Mangoba, I get angry all over again. Hey, Agent, get well, my brother, get well. Eh? You took me by so much surprise when you were speaking there that I didn't even know what to say. I hope you're getting well, my brother. I hope you're getting well. President Bata is CAF, says Ushota. Got us out of this world. Yeah, he's a no-nonsense defender. Oh, Kanyisa. Oh, Kanyisa, 33 minutes. Yo, they brought in Kanyisa to say, hi. Your people are giving us problems, man. Your people are giving us problems. We don't understand what they're saying on the pitch. Can you just, translate for us there, man? When they say lifage, what do they mean? Games are won by goals. Pirates is showing us that, says Bafana. If Pirates continue with this form, they might reach the final. Still early, guys. It's still early. This is a well-rested Pirates team. 5 November. Belouizdad was playing 20 November, guys. They've got fatigue. I get you, that's what you guys say. Let me not be mean. They must score more. Marcus says, let's be honest, this Algerian team has always been weak. I get you guys rate these teams because they come from that side. When I say here that, you know, we've got strong teams and we've got strong players, if we just believe in ourselves, y'all look at me and say, hey, guys, Africa is not all strong. There's the reason why Ahly has won 12 Champions Leagues. Wydad has 5, if I'm not mistaken. Abu has Tunis. Abu TP Mazembe have 5. There's only a handful of strong teams in Africa. The rest of them, man, the rest of them, they've won one, I think. If we're being honest, BC is an old school defender. Yeah, old school. BC is in Gezana. They both rule Evan. There was the game. How Orlando Pirates play? They're playing now, Eddie. What do you mean? They're playing now. The game, we were watching it live. It's Sundowns that was playing earlier. They drew 0-0. Where's Timmy? He hasn't played in a while. There's a rumor that they're going to sell him. Ooh. Aye, Belili free. If you have a Facebook account, free of charge, food. Kanisa Maya is on Bafwetu. Ball possession is useless. We go for goals. Hey guys, I think my system is systeming right now for some reason. Please let me know if you can still hear me, because hey, karakia kata man. Karakia kata. We know you're me. We understand. We just okay. Okay, as long as you can hear me, but hey, I feel like my video is cutting. Okay, that's good. As long as you guys can hear me, that's good. 36 minutes in, 2-0. Guys, do you see Belouizdad as a crowd, guys? Natila Mzansi, guys, can we please? I know Sundowns might have disappointed people now, but guys, can we please fill up our stadiums? When this game comes, when Ahly is here, I know Ahly is going to be full. But when they play these games here, can we please fill up the stadiums? Nami man, Malume Kutso must organize them, man. Ikari 7 kana Ahly, inning Ahly. Re Orlando Lerona man and leave the studio, aka my living room. Okay, here comes Belouizdad. Okay, Mayo. Oh, Mayo's a winger when he plays that side. Ikari 7, you know? I'm surprised we Sundowns, we struggled at home. Tlogelang Sundowns, guys. Tlogelang Sundowns, man. La herda. Sundowns is herding right now. Okay. Hauna batho mo man. Hauna batho mo na. Thank you Ausintabi. Niyambona Rasta. Telling ayiban. Naman ngakhuluma ngaleyo nto. We are teaching Sundowns Spanish football. Yay. Kana what is Fothoza? Kana what nationality is Fothoza? Maybe I understand you're still downloading the Google Translator corner. Let's see. Romain Falls is French. Yeah, maybe Sundowns is just getting used to French, man. I'm not growing pains. Even Barocca is better than this. Hey, sorry, Barocca. Guys, let's not. You see, come on, guys. This team is number 12 in the league, man. They're number 12 in the league. I don't see myself watching football on my phone. Ngizominya kanjani? Mase groundini man, mase groundini, mase stadium, minye sonke vele. Straight up minyi. Hlale so. OT, we're working, we can't watch weekday matches. Hey, pretty. SAP, oh, Kana. Ish, guys, not you are working, guys. This is my job, guys. This is my job. Now I'll be sacrificing that day. Take leave and go to the stadium. I mean, I don't have to give leave to anyone here outside of my wife. Chusta says Mayo is good. Marona batho mo man. Ona batho mo na ay. Muslimani laba ay. Look at the way they give away the ball. Munke boy, munke. Rabata penene, munke. Oh, what a ball. Oh, what a ball. Okay, so Kota, I think that's shot number 4. So he's still at a, no, it's not Kota, that was Tito. I was going to say, he's still at a 50%. King Kota, 2 goals. Ndumo ukorile Nkota kai 2. Tamayoli wana buti. Real Sitabi. Oh. But they were in second position like us last season. That's true. But hey, seasons aren't the same, guys. Seasons aren't the same. Look, maybe this game is different if Belouizdad took that chance they got from that save from Chain. Maybe it's different, but up to this point, actually, it's not even a full stadium. Why am I lying? It's one side. Oh, what happened to where everybody sits by the camera? Hey, let me not disrespect teams like that. No, guys, I'm sorry. They haven't filled up a stadium. Cam. Oh, let's tayo ko gaming ang mangoba. The referee has been lenient. Maybe a stricter referee, maybe there could have been a couple of cards. But I like that, I guess he's trying to let the game flow. So you can't really take too much away from the ref in that regard. Mara, yeah, it's just been, I think it's been an okay performance. There we go. Before halftime, get the goal before halftime. Mazisha, likibele boy. Likibele boy, abalazi. Guys, how do you say... Wait, let me see. Oh, Mayo's defending. Hey, when you go that side, you have to be a workhorse all over. Let me see. Okay, they speak Arabic. I wanna see Uti in Arabic. Ambulance yaseThembisa nisho kanjani?
سيارة الإسعاف من تبسة.
Yeah. That's ambulance yaseThembisa. In Arabic. Sayarat al-Isyaf min Tabisa. Okay, what's the recent update on Mokwena? Apparently they sorted things out with that team, yes, Tunis. He is going to be staying there. Guys, halftime, I'm going to let in 5 people. We're going to speak about this game. Guys, look at how hard Mayo is working. He was clearing a ball not so long ago. Now he's all the way up to the byline. He wasn't doing these things for Cape Town City. He was not doing these things for Cape Town City. Chain is on form, and I like that he keeps things simple at the back. Upodlela is an old school defender, guys. Keep it ball. When you find yourself under pressure, kick that ball up, man. He's trying to impress. Madagana says Eric was spoiling him. It's actually a very interesting conversation. Do the players take the team seriously? Do the teams take themselves seriously here, and the players as well? Because if you can run so hard for Belouizdad, surely you could have run so hard for Cape Town City, man. Never fun. Bongangi Zungu is still clubless right now. There's a very, very sketchy rumor about him going to Chiefs, but I haven't seen anything concrete. Tito knows football, says Umtandeni. Mahopa hasn't been too instrumental. I told you, Bafana. Can you guys, when I tell you things, can you please give me my flowers? If you don't play the ball long to Mahopa, he goes looking for the ball on the wings and doing all those weird things, and he goes away. I even said to you guys that Umfukeng is going to have a bit of an issue here if Umahupa starts running to the wider areas. So, it's simple. That's why kids say my one gripe with Pirates when they play Umahupa is you've got the keys. The keys are there. Mara, you want to go and pick the lock and you want to go and take apart the door instead of just doing the thing that's right in front of you. Now, it's not to say that Pirates is not playing well, but I'm like, might as well put Umabasa there then. Let me just make sure. Is he on the bench? I don't think so. You see, look at where Mahupa is. Going to lose the ball. Oh, play it back. Okay, at least you were safe with it. Remember, halftime, 5 people are going to come in. We'll have a conversation about what we're seeing here. Mara Pirates, cala nyegele ukhanyisa kore man. O batla ho impressa mahua ka kwa man. Guys, kupari gift guys. And we are mentally fit says Umonde. Now ukhanyisa funi penalty. Ow, please guys, please give me my flowers guys. Kupari flowers taka. I just hope we see more, man. Nazo? He won it, but there was nobody there. Look at Mayo. He's a right back now. He's going to be taking a shot in a couple of seconds. Mayo will score when playing other teams, so they send Mayo to threaten us. I told you guys, Bate, Mayo, speak to your people, boy. Guys, apologies if I'm choppy video-wise. Sorry about that. It's now Mahupa. Ule move. Kibeli pola Tito. Au. Abekho labantu. Here we go. Look at where Mayo is from right back. I'm sorry, I may be distracted. Mara. Hi, Mayo Aspana, guys. Mayo Aspana for this team. I don't think I've seen Mayo play that hard ever since. Okay, let me see who's here and let's have a conversation here. Guys, if we can get to 70K, 75K, then I'll keep it open in the second half and everybody will be able to jump in and give me their thoughts. Apologies for me cutting a little bit visually, but as long as you guys can hear me, I think we're still good. Can you guys still hear me? Mr. Sir, can you hear me properly? Just to check.
Yeah. I can hear you properly, OT.
Okay. No, Mr. Sir, tell me, how do we feel about this game that Pirates is playing?
Under 21, under 21.
Coco
under
Melon.
21. Idlala kama 2000. Cheese boys fail. Wawona. Calm down. Usampotsa ka obrigado wena. Umpotsa.
Tlogela obrigado, bata.
Usampotsa walla ko Toyota Stadium ko Bloemfontein le ko Naturene. And next sitting ko hol. Careful high road.
Hey, rapraya ko Naturene.
But jokes aside, very, very impressive. Very disappointing from the opposition. There's definitely no structure. I mean, the defenders are not holding their lines.
Yeah.
There's basically no midfield. They decided to start playing out wide towards the last 15 minutes of this first half. So really, tactically, they are so poor. It's shocking. It's very, very shocking. Granted, they did achieve Champions League qualification via goal difference like us. So you would expect maybe they'd be on par. But now when you look at how they're performing this season, you can see that there's a huge difference. But I'm very, very disappointed by the opposition. Very, very disappointed. I've never seen such poor structure. There's no tactical structure. One man is pressing, two are at the back, the other one, 4 right backs, 4 wingers.
Miles playing 5 positions.
He was center back. He played right back. I saw him playing on the wing. And then coming back as a striker, very, very impressive. I like North African football. I'm sure but it's the best one. Okay, guys, I love it. I love it.
Wait, but on that point, do we overrate these Champions League teams?
I feel like you were right because, like you said, it is very few teams that make it to these finals, to these semi-finals, to these Champions League finals. Your TP Mazembe, your Esperance Turan, your Raja, your Wydad, and your Ahly, obviously. Those are the teams that really make it to the finals, and your Zamalek, to say. But I feel like, yes, you're right. We are overrating these teams. I think we are overrating these teams because if Sundowns, as a new boy in this Champions League heritage sense, that they always make it to these quarterfinals and the semis, it is fair to say that maybe North African teams are a tad overrated, and these ones with Champions League heritage should be the ones that are feared.
Okay, for time,
start looking at that in that way.
I'm gonna come back. Let me bring in Mtanden. Mtanden, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, Vert, how's it, bro?
Hey, Mbuyili Pirates, man. Hey, angazi ukuthi lapha Algeria bababonisane lapha, but how do you feel about this game? 2-0.
Yazi Vert, ezinye izinto ufuna ngathi ungavuka ekuseni uzilule ubonga uNkulunkulu ukuthi yazi God, sometimes when you make decisions support abo Pirate, you are part of the decision ngoba ama chest pains siyawadeliver for free. I think our PO box is simple. Our address, PO box at Ntabi, yabo. Siya transfer ngoba gamzwa khala thi umfukeng is overrated. Angazi 2 assists in Champions League. Yes, when we talk about African football or South African football, there are 2 players for the future. We have Umfukeng Nonkocha and others.
Yeah.
But we're still gonna come back to that. Yeah, I think coming back to the game, OT, let me be serious. Which Jose has done his job. I don't think we're gonna need coming back to the second half with the very same pace and same approach because I think they had some moments in Nabolangaba equalize in terms of getting some goals. One chance I think China was stood up, and then we had numerous situations whereby Bodlela and Sesane were caught sleeping there.
Yeah.
And there were some chances missed as well.
So we are playing away. We need to protect what we have. We don't need to be fancy about it. It's game management. Let's make sure that we lock the midfield and then we look at the back as well. I'm still worried because who says what the name of this boy? Monian and Hoto. They're giving me stress, bruh, because these guys got to Slimani. If looking at Heitika Slimani, is around 2.4, or sorry, 2.1 meters height, and Dusesan is 1.8, Usbi is 1.6, 1.7. And then the crosses are unnecessary. Should they get a good technical guy who try cross, they won't have no Slimani. So that's what I'm saying. We need to just close that gap. Pack the midfield, pack at the back. We're coming back with the win because already we have scored 2 goals. For me, it's just a practice and get what you call it, a leeway in terms of mangabe sibadlaling a counter because we know we can score. It's just a matter of protecting what we have already. Because Ahly winner 4, I don't think we need to fatigue our team so much.
Can I ask? I just want to ask.
Yes, bro.
Pirates is playing very well. We can see Pirates is playing well. But is this game closer than we're giving credit to? Because, like you're saying, Belouizdad could have equalized, I think, twice maybe. Very good save from Chain.
Sure. Yes. Yeah, no, it's a point whereby they are not clinical. I think the previous speaker mentioned that they also have some struggles in terms of technique and then also discipline. So should the coach fix that, definitely we're going to have a problem. They got Tumayo now. I think he's a good crosser. Should Tumayo play in the wing and have those crosses, we're going to have a problem. So the main way to win this game, Hoto and Monyane, they mustn't allow crosses to come through. Because with those crosses, definitely we're going to be caught sleeping. And I can tell you, with the way Smith is playing, we're gonna receive it. We're gonna have a penalty there. So for us to be clinical, we need to pack at the back, pack immediately, then the game is over. I think we can, if we had one name of this boy, Saling, but in Gota got a speed as well. We can use Gota as a leeway to say immediately we have it packed. We use Gota as our escape route, then definitely we're gonna just make a counter. But we need to protect what we have now because I think we are not clinical as well. The way we are playing, we need to make sure that we protect what we have.
Let me bring in Zwat. Tell me about this game. 2-0 Orlando Pirates. How do you feel about this first half?
Oh, very good half, man. Impressive from Pirates, just coming back to the CAF Champions League after a long time. But yeah, I think credit to them. But we're not hating. What I was worried about was the tempo in the first half. They started off strong, but I see now the opposition is not as strong. Yes, they're winning, but they should not have that ignorance to say, oh, we now back into the Champions League, or we can compete. It's a weak opposition, which the previous speaker just mentioned. If they were clinical with their chances, they could have punished them. But big ups to Pirates for the game plan and the performance they're putting up. I mean, with even their defense, it's good, even though it's leaky. But having Upodlela there at the back and Sasani, great combination there. Hoto with those overlaps and the underlaps, impressive. And Mahopa, yes, he is everywhere, but he is that target man which they play the long ball to him. He just plays it over to the two young forwards, and they finish. So it's going to be a very interesting game, and I think with the tight schedule that they have, they should just push maybe to the 70th minute, and then Jose can make the subs to maybe rest some of the few players and give some game time to some of the boys and try lock the game. But I think it's going to be an interesting game going forward.
Before I
maybe
let
should
it
get a third goal just to see.
Before I go to CJ, I just want to say South Africa's shining, guys. Mokwena has scored for Esperance that side. Ushapile celebration engwe.
Yes, yes.
Hey, ushapile celebration engwe mola. I don't know. Hey, let me not. I might get banned. Let me bring you to Siege. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back. Let me bring you to Siege.
Yes, halala.
What's all? Siege, what's going on? Siege, 2-0 Pirates, man. Hey, our neighbors.
You know what? First, our brothers from another mother, because of our naughty father, are also leading on the other side. Esperanza, that is, you know. Yeah, I think we are sponsored by the same company. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Mr. Oti, speaking as a team, the only team in the history of CAF to reach the final with an African ban. I don't think Paris is gonna go far.
Why not?
The way Utito gets bullied off the ball, it could cost. If it was another team, it would have costed Pirates, I think, 3 or 4 goals by now.
Okay.
I think the fact that CBC's blind side, I noticed that he turns with the same foot that he kicks with, and that has actually led to 3 or 4 times this team has had the ball in front of them and only chine. And the only difference is that they make doff technical methods of kicking the ball. They lean back or they lean too forward.
Yeah.
Which then cause the ball to go up or to go up high, wide, using the rock technique to finish. Placing power instead of placing the ball, choosing power instead of placing the ball. But my worry is that how did they get to the opportunity of having the ball in front of them and only the goalkeeper? It is how do they navigate? They easily find these small channels that is created by these Pirates 2 center backs, and I think that if it was a stronger team, they would be now at least 4-2. And in playing in Africa, you have to be stingy with opportunities. You have to be very stingy with opportunities. If you are better and you better opportunities, they're going to hammer you. They're going to hammer you very well. And I'm worried about that thing. I mean, this boy Nkota, this boy is brilliant. You know, it's in individual brilliance then a brilliant play that has caused Pirates to have 2 goals by now. And how far can you go with that, in particular in Africa? And Mapakani are well done. They're playing well. They're combining very well. What, for me, the positive aspect of Pirates is that every time they put the pedal and they play forward, they look very dangerous. And I like that they are counting the times that they go forward. It shows that each and every time they go forward, something happens. The ball doesn't end up in spacing. It reaches the D line. It reaches the goalkeeper, which is a good play methodology from their coach, and I like it very much. On the other side, and I think the introduction of Khanye has also, in one way or another, changed the dimension of the game, the complexion of the game. I like that it's found in all parts of. He's like a number 6 that I don't understand where he is. He's all over the place. And he is creating some sort of 2 touches and creating spaces as well. So this could be a quite interesting game. But on the other side, Safa, they must stop this thing. You cannot be electrocuted by electricity and then you go to work. You need to take 3 days off, Manyana, to understand that ubetwe ngumbani.
Always. Let me bring it all the time.
Abtochi, haki jelle mapagani mona. Okay, they are leading. It's fine. It's good. Ulukil. Wena ha bo batla o favor Pirates go pa o tsamaile mongwe se show ya rona mona re tla e holda wena tsamalo supporta Pirates la lagli ska re ke no tsena o ka go bona ge FNB ba tlo complain hampe please ska ba re kenya tabeng tseno tsa bona no tjena ke utlwa Mr. Se a re yes Mofokeng whatever obrigado walla no say no tloelang obrigado ke star sa rona seno sa lekhosi ha ebe lona le mmona sister le rona Mofokeng ka pela mahlo a rona sister guys re tloheleng
akilo ana usitabi
wena
bana
Tita ma Pirates ngulimo why o
Ke
sa
bo
le ho Mangoba lo
makhelwane.
support Mangoba on the next game why re sa lo support Sundowns on the next game re lo riele le Pirates but
re kae
ha re yen Sundowns in then re tla ya Pirates and then ba tla makhosi ba tlo supporta fela mo re bone
okay usitabi mara usitabi guys can I please have predictions usitabi I'm sorry Kata what's
Buontuti.
usitabi na ke batla di score usitabi okay usitabi o ring score bona e tlo ba score
Pirates ha ke qala ya leader fela ra tseba hore e tlo wina game eno ba tlo make sure hore ba etsa bojohle ka nna ka e bona le fonile mara ba ke ba fe mayo chance hle mayo re ntse re mo hloka ka mona ka lekhosi mo fe chance hle ka ko re le ngwe fela mpa
na ha se ka kora hore ba mo kobe atle cheap wa mo tseba Bobby o signa ning mara re ka di kena tseo let me go to Mr. Sir prediction
Talent is looking slow, so if they don't remove talent, things can happen. But I'm still seeing a 3-0 win. I think last goal at the 70th minute.
okay let me go to Mtaneni prediction
Yeah, no. I think it's gonna stay 2-0, bro.
okay CJ CJ prediction
Yes. Sorry. I don't know my unmute button. Hey, manje kugesi.
Can't you not guess how many days, bro?
okay see Mr. Black Label there you go again but it's fine
Ayo papalaza is something else. Prediction for me, I think 3-1 will be a good. I see them scoring a goal.
Okay.
So 3-1.
Okay, no, CJ.
Yeah, that's those ones.
Okay, no, CJ. Thank you, guys. The second half has started. The second half has started. It is 2-0 Orlando Pirates who are leading. Is CR Belouizdad. My timer, guys, add 45 minutes to my timer and you'll be fine. So right now it's 45 minutes, 46 seconds. Just add 45 to whatever my timer says and you've got the time. Okay, let me look at it like this. Again, I think what I love about Paris this season, what I love about Paris this season is that they're such a professional team, man. Like, it doesn't matter what you're going to do. Bona, they're there to do their job. Whether they are playing well, whether the tactics are working, whether whatever's happening. I mean, this CR Belouizdad team is not a strong team by any means. But they've had their chances. Paris hasn't panicked. They carry on playing. And the reason why I say it's so professional, especially for an African performance, is because in Africa, these are the type of games that you play. These are the type of games that you're going to see. And Pirates has been clinical, taking their chances, 2-0 up. Now they just need to manage this game out. The only thing that maybe you can speak about with the Pirates and what they need to look out for in this game in particular is maybe to say what tends to happen in Africa is that these teams tend to wake up late. So late in the game is probably where you need to start looking out for something. But Pirates could be done here. But Paris has done their job. And I think I'm enjoying this maturity from Pirates. I'm enjoying the fact that, you know, they're not over extending themselves. They're not doing too much. Man, buy some sebeti, man. Buy some sebeti, which is all you can ask for from Pirates. When it comes to Belouizdad, I think if they pressure BC, they can get something from this game. And if they can take advantage again from the left and right backs, that is where you need to go in order to make Pirates feel some of that heat from that point. When it comes to the front guys, you can't be angry at Nkota, Fukeng, and Mahopa. The only problem is that Mahopa goes missing for long times in the game where he's looking for space and going wide, especially if Pirates is not playing that long ball like they did in order to get their goal. So let's see how the second half is going to pan out. I like Pirates. Like, I like the fact that you're not out of your seat screaming and shouting because Pirates is winning, but also it's not like they're not playing. They're just keeping it. They've got a Sundowns about them this season, and people who know me will understand what I'm saying. But they've got a Sundowns about them where Ichop Spali, Sfigile, Sabasha 2-0, we've gone home. We didn't do too much. We didn't sweat. We weren't put under that much pressure. And I mean Sundowns last year. Let me go to Master Icon, if it can just let him in. But guys, yeah, Mokwena has scored. Mokwena has scored. We've got another South African on the scoreboard, which is amazing for the country, I think, especially for Mokwena and his confidence after the Bafana outing. Guys, I'm not sure what's happening with my multi-guest. Let me see if we can let you in. But I love Nkotwa Upu Saleng. Hey, Usaleng, Shabam Umsebenzi, man. Umsebenzi. You can't be good for that long. Seeing Tito today is not meant for Tito. This game is not meant for Tito, Wendy. This game is not meant for Tito. I don't know what's happening. Master Icon, try request again. I want to see what's happening now. Or do I need to restart my multi-guest? Hey guys, my technology is technologying now, right now. Our team is completely different. No, Wahib. I don't mean it in the play. I mean it in the performance. Pirates usually runs very hot or very cold. That's what I mean. Very hot or very cold. But the only difference and what I'm seeing this season is this Pirates is able to be warm. And that is dangerous. Staying warm is dangerous. And that's what they're giving this season. I'm not saying that they play the same. Okay, let me do this, guys. I'm going to start my multi-guest over. And then I'll just see. I'll tell you guys once I've started it over. And Sundowns, Wahib, Sundowns wasn't killing people by being hot. Sundowns was killing people by being warm. Arriving and doing the job and going home. It's an incredible thing to have. And that's what Pirates does today. Maybe that's why they're sitting with such a great record. Thus far. Okay, now I'm frozen this side. What is happening? Let's try again. Oh, Mayo. Oh, Mayo. Guys, I'm so sorry. Something is happening here. Can you guys still hear me? I think I'm frozen on my side. Mayo kicking the ball over pole. Over pole. Let's try this. Let's try this one more time. Okay, let me do this. I'm going to switch it off and on. If I can. Mayo thought he's still at the back. Yeah, no, that was the clearance. That was the clearance. And where's Mayo playing 1 minute at the back, next minute number 9, next minute wing? Hey, they're making him work for that contract. They're making him work for that contract. Hi guys, you'll have to forgive me. Something is happening here. We'll try again. We'll try again just now. Or maybe let me try this. Wait. Hey, there's the cross. Oh, they're cooking now. They're cooking now. Can Pirates withstand this pressure now? Patimbata's too casual. Mayo is playing right back number 9. Okay, I guess we'll just have to wait it out. You see, like I said, when Pirates played TS Galaxy, there was a moment where TS Galaxy was playing ball. They were almost not playing Pirates at some point in terms of like ball possession and rotating the ball and doing those type of things. They were just missing out on the finishing factor. So we've long spoken about the Champions League and said that the big difference between the Champions League and the league and all of those type of things has to be that teams are going to be very clinical. But up to this point, we don't see it. Tito Mbata are off. He was not going to be effective in this game. Experience is killing us, says Master Icon. Okay, let's see. Oh, there we go. Hoto. So when? Aye, boy. Aye, boy. Hoto didn't make that run. The next game is with Ahly is going to be 10s. The thing is, Ahly just play ugly football, man. They just play the ugliest results-based football. I don't know if it's changed now, but Pirates needs to just look out for that. Those guys don't mind not having the ball. As long as at some point they can get it away. Can you please plug me in? I want to. What do you mean, Pignas? Batuzwele now Mayo's playing 10. Pirates are showing that they're lacking that African experience, physicality, and ball control. Yeah, that's why the second half is going to be interesting. The second half is interesting because of that. The second half is interesting because games are won and lost in the second half in Africa. That is pretty much when the screws are turned. I don't think Belouizdad is a good enough team to turn the screws, if I'm being honest, on Pirates. I don't think we're going to see that. But I think the second half is going to show you some of the flaws, maybe, that Pirates hid because of the goals that they scored. So, for example, Umfukeng goes quiet in these moments. Abonkota go quiet. Mahupa, positioning-wise, is not all the way up there anymore. So you may need something different here. Somebody shoot it, man. Somebody shoot it. Nakubadlali half ground. Mayo is playing right wing back striker. I don't know, Wahib. I have no idea. I'm trying to switch it off and on, but it's not working. It's fine. Let's give it a second, then we'll see. Abafuna ukushuta, man. Abafuna ukushuta, and I don't know why. Yeah, man. Did you see Makola getting held there? Nice counter. Nice counter. This is what they need to. Oh, nice one. Nice one. No, well done. No, well done. Well done. Aye, well done. Well done. Who was that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for whatever I said. I'm sorry. That was a smart play. Who was that? Was it Hotto? Aye, Shem. 2v1. It was Hotto, ne? 2v1 to get that offside. That was smart. Well done. Umona pants. I can see the game. I've tried to stream live here on TikTok with no luck. Big Naz, you can stream it live, sabcsport.com and the SABC Sport Facebook page. That is where you'll find it. That was where you'll find it. For free. Thanks to SABC. I think you can even watch it on Twitter if I'm not mistaken. 59 minutes in, Pirates are still leading 2-0. I think Pirates is just managing the game now. Probably Boma 75 minutes around there, we might see Pirates get back to being dangerous. But for now, I think they need to hold on and just take advantage of the counters. Just take advantage of Belouizdad pushing people forward, basically. Hey, Mayo's taking free kicks even. Ah, Shem, why was Mayo benching? This man is doing everything. Give him the captain's armband. Please, give Mayo the captain's armband. Tackling, free kicks. Oh, you're going to hit it straight up. Okay. Gonna hit it straight up. Interesting. Mayofuni penalty and Zoting Shilo. Let's see, Madagaza, let's see. Specie will end up getting a red card. So if you're Pirates, do you experiment now and maybe bring on some defensive cover? Maybe bring on a Maela. Take out, I don't know, Tito maybe. Bring on a Maela. Try to defend this game out. Is that maybe what you do as Pirates? Let me know there in the comments, since multi-guest doesn't want to open. Mayo playing like the type of player that would kick the corner and go hit the ball. I'm literally thinking to myself, this is the Mayo that we've been crying about, haven't we? This is the Mayo that we wanted to see for how long? You know? Tim. I mean, Tim's not there. Is Tim there? Did I read it wrong? I just want to check and make sure that bench. Oh, Tim is there. Oh. So you bring on a Miguel Tim. Who do you take out then? Yeah. This is looking dangerous now. Pirates can't keep doing this. Makaula is exhausted, says Keanu. Waib says we need Rasibucha now for the last 25 minutes. Do you trust Rasibucha? Wouldn't you bring in Tim if you're going to make the change for experience sake? Tabiso Munyane off, says Keanu. Dino van Rooyen. Oh, you take out Mbata. Okay. I think 65 minutes. Pirates need to start making changes and bring some defense and remove Tito and 2K. Hey. Look at that. Hey, guys. Kupa Ubuta, Bomalume Kuto, I don't know if Ron is here, Maronza's here. What are you guys going to do? Did you see the fireworks happening there in that stand? Lape Orlando no shait ram or no letela fireworks nan. Ama cricket. Pelutin Sembuyeza. Maybe they'll allow you to bring a cricket because look at that. Can you imagine you came to watch the game? Yo. No, agent, for some reason it's not allowing people in. So technology now. Oh, almost got the goal. Almost got, guys. If you play a better team, this could be 2-2 or 3-2 even. If you're playing a better team. So maybe Pirates needs to practice shutting the back door. Tim Maela. Those players coming in. Benjamin and Maela says, Wendy, the smoke will make our players sick. Antinena is smoke senu. Isani. Kinke pachi or. I went to Lena. But celebrate, Madaga. The South Africans don't do that. That's my game. What are you guys going to do? Now we have to stay original Vuvuzela one taste with King Cass. Rasebucha and Chilbeto, man. Wow. CBC is going to bottle this game for us, says Andres. I hope I don't curse him. I've been speaking about him the whole time. 64 minutes in. It's under a little bit of pressure. They're under a little bit of pressure. But this Belouizdad team, Shem, no wonder they're number 12 in their league and they've only scored 7 goals. In 8 games, they've only scored 7 goals. Hey, now Makupa defender, you need a tall player there. Goal. There's the goal. There's the goal. There's the goal. It's been coming. Now it becomes a different game now. It becomes a different game now. I wasn't saying anything. I was just saying that you can't hold on for too long. I think you need to pick a struggle now. Was it Mayo who scored? Oh, Mayo. Free kick taker. Center back, right wing. Number 10. Head off the ball from set pieces. Goal scorer. Guys, where was this Mayo in SA? This is the Mayo that Bruce wanted. I didn't realize. So Mayo has scored, Mokwena has scored, Nkota has scored. Sundowns. Who's that, Marco? Why is Marco on the pitch? No, for real, why is Marco on the pitch? What is Marco going to do? Look, now he's the left back. What? He's going to be attacking all of a sudden. Guys, is Mayo playing like this because it's Pirates? Because you can't be a bench player if this is what's happening. Oh! When this is winning Sabu Poje. Look, now he's crossing balls. Is he trying to assist? Hey! Unfortunately, we didn't man mark. Timid performance. Marriage deserves the Bafana corner up with Channel Bro. SABC Sport. The SABC Sport Facebook page. SABC Sport. But it's the fireworks. That's why they scored. Told you Maya was going to kick the corner and hit it in. What your chain, but is losing balls in the midfield. We need to stabilize. Or go to sabcsport.com /TV, whatever. You'll find the link there. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tito. Thank you, Tito. Ambulance. If Mahupa trusted his head, there was a run that was open there, hey? Mayo wins the ball. Guys, who's this Mayo? Hi, guys. When I was Tabi, that's a performance. So, I get some cray. Tamukrea, juice heights when it doesn't have anything left. Now we're going to do a 4-2-3-1 with more stability in defense. Marco. Paris needs to substitute Wendy. We need a couple of subs now. Tito Kista, bafana bami. Where's Cabello? Utsuka Karina. Mayo. Utsuka Kalona vele mukone. Limtloetsa kere. Mayo is defending now. I'm so disappointed. 2-1. Kana, what did that philosopher Rulani say? A 1-goal lead is not good for anyone. A 1-goal lead can betray you anytime. And they're coming. Oh, yeah. I was thinking Mayo was going to get. He's even complaining like the Arabs. Did you see how he's complaining like the North Africans? Mabasa is needed now. For who? Let me first ask for who. Who would you take off for Mabasa? I've known it's going to be difficult, but we're very much improving with each game, says Wahib. But really, Apa, CR7. Jose Rivero needs 80 million to compete in CAF. Yo. Man. Who has changed? Who was taken out? Ow, Mahopa. That's why. Ish. Oh, Mahopa. That guy's trying to show the ref va. Kakaus. Hey. Hoto. Nah. From that other angle, nah. Not enough. Mpukeng bakipe i2K. Oh, bakipe 2K. Oh, Mpukeng came out for Mark. Okay. He's not on the pitch apparently. I saw 60 million missing a clear chance earlier today. The price doesn't make the player, guys. Oh. Mayo. Guys, this team's gonna score. Hey, Pirates. You know, I just realized a lot of these North African teams have a lot of pride, eh? The fact that the Algerian flag is there, or is it one of those situations where you have to put it on your clothes? I need to research this. Supposed to be Mahupa. Yeah, I will take out Mahupa. I hope it's not an injury for Munyane because he's so unlucky. He's been unlucky the past few years, ne? He's been unlucky. Van Rooyen and Tim are needed now. Tactical bankruptcy being displayed by JR. We've lost the ball. We've lost control of the middle. The thing is, you don't want to be in a situation when you're learning in the Champions League. And then says this game is over. I don't know. They've still got 22 minutes. Like you need, obviously defensively good, but you need to then hit on the counter. Isn't Kota still there? Yeah, there he is. Paris doesn't pack the 8-man bus, they will draw. I'm trying to understand the issue of Makgopa. Makgopa has two ways that you can play Makgopa. There's two ways if you want Makgopa to be effective. The first way is counter wide and play balls in that space between the defense and the goalkeeper. Loves that space. Doesn't get to use it that many times. Or you play him in as a target man and you play direct balls to him and he flicks it. If you're asking Makgopa to do anything else, he disappears completely from the game. Completely. So that's the thing on Makgopa. You know, it would actually be a killer. The person who would actually be a killer is Saleng. Saleng would be a killer. One in games like this, you know, you're just waiting for a two-man counter and he goes to go score. Saleng would be incredible here. Okay, there's the Dlamini and Van Rooyen. Guys, thank you so much for helping me get to my target for gifts. Thank you so much. The fact that we're sitting on 84,000 likes as well, that's incredible. Thank you guys so much. You don't understand, man. I think he's meant to disappear. His job is to occupy the CBs. They can't move and go anywhere. And then what? If Relay is going to be too far away, Nkota is going to be too far away, for the last couple of minutes, or let's say the last 20 minutes, the centre-back pairing, or not the centre-backs haven't had any issues. Oh, wow. What's Makaula reading there? Did he also get a note? Oh, and Avena Ribeiro and Rulani are good friends, man. Maybe now he wrote a note. Oh, dear Makaula, man, don't give up on me, because I will not give up on you. I need you to push. Or maybe now they tell him, Guti, Robala Antoine. If you feel it getting tough, we need to waste time. Robala Antoine. Even if this team can make it 2-2, but we all know this team won't survive at Orlando. Molonta says, yeah, they're parking the bus. LaJoy says, yeah, Mbata was lost today. Fundan. Yeah, market and Mampalele, but time, man. Mampalele, but you know, don't give up on me yet. In Spanish. Love letter, man. Yeah, Jose is pulling out all the stops this season. He's even writing love letters. They leave space for Relay Nkota behind the defenders because wing backs are gone up. No, but what I'm saying is that it worked twice. But late in this game, when you're under pressure, what has Makgopa given you? And what has Relay and Nkota given you? You get what I mean? That's what I mean by that it's all well and good in theory. But if you're dropping back and there we go. Like, for example, this attack, I would want Makgopa to be more central, for example. The boys are mad tired, says Bafana. Where's Vino Snap? He'll expose the letter. Yeah, kuna Vino, man. Talk about someone you'll see. Let's see. Uchore Belouizdad, man, umlilo wephepha. Mlilo wa paraffin, mulo wa paraffin. Oh, there we go. We're back. There we go. Oh, guys, the request. Where's Agent? Wahib, welcome, my brother.
How are
How
you, my
you
brother?
doing, Wahib? I'm good, and you, my brother?
I'm all well. Just enjoying this wonderful game.
How do you feel about the last 15 minutes here? I'm going to say 15 minutes. How do
It's
you
a
feel about
bit
the game?
nerve-wracking.
Oh, yeah.
A bit nerve-wracking. We can't get a hold of the ball. There's no time, movement, and we need to make the right subs to bring new energy into the team. And I do think Jose Rivero is smart enough to make subs at a crucial time. It's about 15 more minutes, and we need fresh legs. On top is very important. We need to replace Makgopa because we need to score the killer goal.
So then, Wahib, tell me, how have you felt about Makgopa's play? How have you felt about the midfield, more specifically as well?
The midfield, it was very, very stable in the first half. It's just in the second half that we had to come out a bit because we wouldn't want to stay too defensive because we know this team could have scored, and they did. For me, the game is very well balanced on our side. We just need to get that final touch in the attack, get the final piece, make the decisive pass. Then I could see we scored the third goal. I think this team is a bit nervous because they're not playing the usual game. And Pirates is a very, very attracting team now.
Is this a lesson for later? Is this a lesson for as we go along with the tournament? That maybe, man, even at 2-0, you just need to learn how to close out the game.
Yes, definitely, but it all comes down to the experience that we don't have in our team. And for me, if you don't have that, it's gonna lack and it's gonna cost us some way or another. But we have to counter on what we lack. If we're not good enough in defensively, we have to score more goals, be more crucial in midfield, and try to win the one-on-one battles.
Play it. Oh, almost. Wahib, I don't know how many subs you still have left, but how do you change now for the next few minutes? Can Pirates park the bus? Can I ask it like that? Can Pirates park the bus or do they need to still be a little bit dangerous and keep your Nkotas on the pitch too? Or will there come a game where you have to just cash out and put just defensive players in? Can Pirates do that?
I do believe there's a chance we can hit them on the counter like you saw now. There is that 2v1, 3v1 situation. If we can just attack at the right time, give them the ball, let them make 3-4 passes and they just count on the mistakes. And I can see Pirates can still score the third goal. It's not impossible because the players are playing very good football tonight. I'm very happy with the scoreline and thanks to Jose, we're waiting for the weekend.
Okay. Let me go to Master Icon. Master Icon, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm good, Mr. OT. How are you?
I'm man. Master Icon, tell me, how do you feel about this game?
Yeah, man. I feel like the approach we used today for the game, it felt like Redlalago Betway League now. First and foremost, the Makgopa option. I think we're supposed to start with the sniper today. The coach approached the game as if we are playing a league game, and I mentioned the matter of experience earlier on while we were trying to connect that. the matter of experience it's one thing that's very crucial now, and it takes us back to the criticism that Bros made about Mofokeng, the African experience. Hence, even on the first half, yes, he did have 2 assists, but as we can see, the football we're playing from first half, that ball ya 1-2 1-2, try to score, then it's okumorao covers pomole, yeah, pambili, then we're trying to actually see what we can do with the ball. So
Yeah.
we approach the game as if we're playing a league game, and that's point number 1. Point number 2.
Okay, before you move from point number 1, is Makupa being used effectively by Jose?
Yeah, now it with how he started, Makopa. I remember it's one issue that I used to complain about even last season. You'll see him on the wing.
Yeah.
You'll see him midfield, and that person is the person who is supposed to actually pass so that he can actually kill the game. So I feel like the way he's been utilized at this moment, I don't feel like playing him as a 9 straight. It's what works for us. Rather now, utilize as a person who actually can play. I don't like. We need to actually convert him to a striker that plays 9-10 or something. Because now at this moment,
Like a target man.
Yes, yeah, like that. Because with the football that we're playing, we needed someone who can pass and finish the game, not someone who actually has to fetch the ball from the back. Yeah, and hey, yeah, man, Pirates, I don't wanna lie. The game, the scoreline, yes, it's positive, but I'm not happy with the game. I'm not happy with the fact that even our midfield, the talent was not in the game today. There's mistakes in the first half that he made that I would have like, man, this is not our talent. Tito, eish. Yeah, but hopefully the next game I fear, because now we are going to play with the powerhouse of Africa, as they call them. But we needed players like Bomon Napul in this game. I don't want to lie. We're supposed to play Saleh, and the substitution he made of taking Mofokeng out, for me, Mofokeng was supposed to be converted to a 10. Omodlali says a 10. If you are making a sub, make a sub of Tito or evidence, so that actually can be able to change the game like that. Because he was touching the ball there and making passes that are relevant. The 2 goals that came from Mofokeng and Nkota pressing, and the second goal came from Mofokeng making that pass and Nkota taking a chance. So yeah, hopefully the next game we come with a better strategy, because with this current rate,
Yeah. Can I ask you, can Tito and Makupa play in the same team?
Now, one of them actually has to be sacrificed, unless now you are deciding to play that all 4-4-2 position where you're having a twin striker of Makopa and Sniper. But at the moment, Makopa almost plays like Tito. Makopa comes to a position where Tito is actually occupying or goes to the side, where now he has to force either Nkota or Mofokeng to come in the middle.
Inside, yeah.
So now he's playing. He's like a free role now. He's playing. You can see him there. You can see him there. You can see him there. So hence I'm saying the strategy of the game today was we took this as a league game, and we're supposed to approach it as a Champions League game, because experience wise we see that we are lacking. We are lacking quite a lot.
Hey, Master Icon. Hey. Okay, let me do this. Let me bring in Maronza. Maronza. Maronza, we want intuthu kushawa ama-cricket entuthwini ku-red lapha. Nina noyenza noLando. Ngibuza wena ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi wophethe lezi zinto.
We cannot match these guys. I come to these things, and they're good, man. You know, I want to put that good. Let me tell you something. First thing first. Good first half from already Paris. Let's take nothing away. They had a good first half.
Yeah.
Right? But one thing that I hate about the first half is that when you get chances in this league, right, take them.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, take them. If you don't take them, they'll punish you. You know, so I think that that's the only difference that Pirates I can criticize on them. Taking chances, take chances when you get them. You cannot be one-on-one with the keeper, be 1v1 with the keeper and then you miss like that. You know, or make, you rather. I know you make it safe, which is something else because it's one target, but the fire if it's so understand. But nevertheless, I think that.
Mara, before we move on, Maronza, before we move on, Kalu is this maybe barika in my language, Hasimo States man. Is this the difference between the Betway Prem and the Champions League? That in the Betway Prem, we saw TS Galaxy is Amanya versus you guys, but then now we're seeing that these are teams that can actually put you under pressure. A team that hasn't played well this game. Is that the difference here, Maronza, in Champions League?
Champions League is different. That's why it is not for everybody. And some of the teams, man, they pull out even even on the qualifications stages and all that, they pull out because they know, man. Like sometimes you see that man won't match these guys. You know, when you look at the list, you can see. So I feel it is they're not joking. You know, like look at the second half, how tough it is.
Yeah.
You know, look at the second half, and I think Mario is trying to prove a point. You know, and he has proven it. I think to Hugo to say, you know what, I'm raising my hand. You know, I think it was a main difference within this game, today's game, between him and the other players. You know, he's the only difference between Pirates and the other team.
Yeah.
I think he had showed character. He raised his hand, and I think it is. I think he is passing the message to Hugo to say, you know what, if I'm not selected, I know, but this is what I can do. So I think, you know, we have to give credit to his due. I think Mario has played very well within this game. You know, for sure. You know.
Okay.
Second half he raised his hand, but I'm disappointed with the likes of Mbata. You know, Tito. I'm disappointed, you know, within this game today.
Mara bafana Maronza ngithi abanye bakhuluma njalo bafana man ifatigue abanyisa.
Yeah, but no, man. I know. I think other thing is supposed to start doing Chenko on this game, right? If I mean, for me, you know, Gavin is supposed to start this game, and I also agree with the last speaker. You know, I think Mahopa is supposed not to start this game actually. He's supposed to start with somebody who's aggressive, not somebody who's going to go and fetch the ball like number 10 and all those things. Like, you don't understand. Yes, he's a good player, Mahopa, but on this game we needed somebody who's going to be a box player. You know, I think there's certain balls which he was going to get a goal actually if he started with it. But another thing that I'm disappointed is Hondo. In this game, kick that ball away, Chief. Why must you make an unnecessary corner?
Yeah.
Why? Let me tell you something about the Hondo. I like him, he's a hard worker. But they're in Como, the Pirates. Hard worker, but in Como. He hard worker, take nothing away. But in Como, I'm to do it.
Yeah.
Katela lenti bege ngaphandle mfisi. Same sophumula. Why uzenza ikhona kule situation so?
Okay. Hi, Maron. Yeah.
Ale nkomo mfika mfisa wangisakuhle. Namabathini inkomo yethu le.
Maronza for isikhathi ngizongena. All I'm going to say to you is hambe espaza shop. Uthenga ama cricket nothenge wonke la uma cricket yekelani New Year's
bona umunye athi I'm joking ukuthi inkomo hodwa ukuthi hard maker ukuzolahle hard maker
but for isikhathi Maronza mina ngithi hambe uyothenga ama cricket wonke angifuni ma cricket Orlando next week kumele ngalethe wonke Oh, thank you, Baroza. Agent.
What I wanted to share with you now it's no longer funny to me. So I wanted to share the joke with you so that I can laugh with you. But now I can't laugh because I've exhausted my laugh alone. But anyways, the Pirates is losing, Mangobo must go. But anyways, guys, this is Champions League, you know. Take your 3 points, doesn't matter how you get it. And Ahly does this the best, you know. So
Yeah.
whether, you know, it doesn't matter, just get the 3 points and come back home, you know. Whether it's scrapey, whether it was Tibang or whatever, just get the 3 points and come back home, you know. But what I wanted to share, even though it's not quite funny to me, so I'm sitting with this gentleman, you know, and you know, a time man, white hair,
Yeah.
white hair. He's 4 kids, and he came with his wife, family, beautiful, you know. So he's very stressed about Sundowns. And we're discussing, you know, it's like, you know, Sundowns in Tuela but because as Sundowns is also look like being like to him. So and the wife was so shocked and laughed. I was like, hey, you don't say such kind of things in public. so it's not I couldn't laugh because he's an older guy than me.
It was so bad. It was so bad that he couldn't hold it back. Baba agent, we're going to track all night. When you football does things, man.
So I'm thinking this guy is thinking that after this game it means nothing is gonna happen. Hey, you know, I hate football, guys. Cheers, man.
How is it affected every weekend, then every Tuesday on top? Hey, guys.
It's like he talks. The wife was saying that no, man. Every time, even the Chiefs game, we won 5-0. He dropped them off at even they went back home because it's like he's fed up with Mangoba. I think he's not who influenced me. So Mangoba is breaking up families, so he must go.
Hey, man. Hey, don't mention. One coach is calling people's families. The other one is breaking them up. Hey, Mara. Let me bring in the last caller for tonight, guys. I've been here since 6 o'clock. Hey, Baba.
Bafo.
Hey, Umayo, man. Umayo ufuna ukunimoshela lapha eAlgeria.
Now wangifaka ngesikhathi esibi yabo isikhathi sokuminya manje lesi.
Nami ngimangela ngithi ngibona igama kade hayi man. Ufuna siminye sonke.
Hawu manje usincedisa awuna chance sisonke la kuminyela.
Hey, dive. Hey.
Penalty.
Akusi penalty, bathi dive.
Thank you. Hey bese ngithi uzoziyi phela.
Izasinda ngithi vara yikho.
If beyikhona kube sithola amafola amaningi angasinikanga uNurevi. Dala vele adlele esakeni naye nje. Sinamafola amaningi angasinikanga thina.
Mara naye le out velile ngabaziwele phansi would have gotten the yellow card. Manje uyajika twist abhekele. Ngabathola penalty manje. But anyway, velile 2-1 man. Hey, not defender.
Cha, ngakutshela ngathi sizawina nje kanje thina ngithi kwathiwa sina CAF experience. And we don't have depth and depth. Asinazo lento lezi ezidingakala. Si right nje kanje thina. We are cruising nicely nje. Hayi, repashasha thina.
Hey.
Ngawa repashasha thina sharp nje.
Ngiyazi ukuthi uhlezi sola ukhona uhlezi so.
But thathu 3 point wethu siyabuya zemzansi guys bese sizoyibona iStellenbosch. Abanye ke ontaba kayikhonjwa ke aya ngeke ngiyikhulume yabo laba beCAF experience. So it's fine thina the rookies ku CAF it's ama rookies. So we'll play like imagis like the rookies ku PSL between premiership. So the rookies Champions League football. They've collected 3 points. Peter Mochipezeze nathi lapha ya. So it's fine. We are cruising nicely.
Manje velile ngifuna ukubuza nawe ukuthi ihalali mayifika le Mina ngibone la shawma fireworks man. Umenye intuthe red. Nina nizoyenzani lapha?
No, angithi nadlale mina angeke abonakala. That's why sosha uMaronza vele bashaya isigubhu lapha strong. Nadlale mina ama-fireworks awasebenzi
Mara isigubhu asibonakali ku-TV mara.
Ya isigubhu singayisoba ngumsindo sirayight isigubhu bacule lapha yana abanye. But coming to this ibhakane must take out ukhoza must break out the bank and go and get the proper left back uPasadena.
Yeah.
And then yabo Marco nabo how to ayisebenzeli. Unless if you don't use Umayema the captain as the proper left back who will be good at man marking and also assisting aerially. Because if you look at Umayela will have been in a better position to defend and help it defense of this aerial team based now. If on these games I could say Umayela on his original left back position, break out the back and go and get to Pasadena. Into Marco angeke sebenza akusi makuaksi Kufa Cup le or akusi Legends Cup, please. Ngeke silunge la. Dlala into serious.
Okay, Marachele Takabab. Is Paris gonna have to learn?
Hoto is not better than Mayela when it comes to his primary responsibility, which is defending. He's not.
Does Paris need to learn how to make the choice? Guti, we're getting into the end of the game. It's either Fagipas, double decker, Greyhound, Wi-Fi, or we carry on attacking. I feel like Benny half and half will game.
Yeah, but for me, I thought if even for the good, they will put team as Kalinska Skambat just to break those attacks and the team in the middle. This is more stable as compared to Umbata team. So, but Rivera ibonanga ndlela. But so far, ngeke playing kakhulu ngoba swini la ngithi.
Yeah, well, obvious. Winning cures everything. No mangoba if they are winning today.
Yeah, ngeke sizi ukuthi umangobe uvuke emathuneni namhlanje umzulu umangobe uvukile emathuneni namhlanje ukhuluma ezinye isitswana esinzima kabi ke sasebuphutha tswana hlangane nebutswana phakathi ezirust impela le.
Hayi nizabona negroupini. Hayi mara mtakaba bachingivale but sizakhuluma kahle Thursday.
Asibonge mtakaba.
Guys, it's 11 o'clock. I need to go, guys. I need to go. Let me see. Okay, there's a member. I'm going to give member perks to the last man. There's a member I'm going to give member perks to. Malome Kutso.
Hey, whatever, Mr. O2, in a commission. Yo, goal, Mr. O2. Attacking midfielder. He was orchestrating the attacks. Yo, from deep, Mr. Deep line playmaker.
Yeah.
Hi, Nyala, Mr. O2. Ha! Mara, this is what you do. We don't complain about Abongile Top. We just win.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Tachama under 21. But isn't it beautiful for South African football, Mr. OT, that, you know, it's Sundowns, Mr. OT, but it's a good team, you know. Yes, season, national team-wise. But during this period, isn't it good that we have a team that uses, I think, 13 South Africans for this tournament in one go? It got to Mr. OT. But I did say to you, if you remember, and it said, I said, short defenders invite crosses. Whether you are very good at heading the ball or not, but you invite those crosses. If it was Kogi and Kanakimang and Mtetwa as that central pairing,
yeah,
they wouldn't have crossed this much, Mr. Oti. Besas minile phela manje. Bese ngasakwazi ukungena la overthinking football. Sengithi mengangena lizongena negoli. Ngcono ngihlale ngaphandle, Mr. Oti. I'm so happy, Mr. Oti. 2 South Africans who don't play for South African team scored in the form of Kanakimang, this guy.
Mukwana
and Khanye Mayo. And another South African scored 2 goals in the form of Unkota. Don't you think it's time which is him consider bench in the bafana? I thank you.
I mean, I'm for that. You know I'm for that.
No, it's okay, Mr. Witty. I don't a good night for now.
No. Thank you, Maniem Kutso. There we have it, guys. Orlando Pirates gets their first Champions League win in a little bit. Not CAF Confed. Champions League win. Maybe giving smiles to South Africa a little bit after Mamelodi Sundowns and the meltdown that happened there, even though they did draw 0-0. Like Maniem Kutso said, we had South Africans on the score sheet in quarter with 2. We had Kwana